the project, so that it's easier for you, for those of you that don't know the project, to imagine the project. Can you hear me correctly? This is, I think, oh yeah, maybe, I don't know if this helps. Maybe, is it better? Maybe because people are quieter, so that's why. Okay, thank you everyone for coming. I'm super happy to see a lot of familiar faces and new faces as well. My name is Zita Kakalejčíková. I'm the coordinator of the ComAct project. I will do my welcome words, but before that, we would like to show you the ComAct project video that we worked very hard on. So, welcome everyone.
In Europe, the number of residents unable to keep their homes adequately warm or living in energy poverty is growing. This is particularly true in countries located in Central and Eastern Europe, where old multi-family apartment buildings have become privately owned. Most of them are energy inefficient, which drives up bills and can cause health issues. The current energy crisis is making things worse. Focusing on 3 dimensions, ComAct aims to tackle energy poverty in multi-family apartment buildings in 5 countries. In Karpos, North Macedonia, ComAct partner Habitat for Humanity Macedonia worked with the municipality to integrate a resource centre into its operations. Resource centres provide different services to citizens and homeowner associations, such as awareness raising of energy efficiency consultancy, trainings, and technical assistance. This type of support is crucial to accelerate the rate of energy efficiency measures and refurbishments. In Karpos, renovations will be undertaken in 140 apartments across 3 buildings, representing over 10,000 meters squared of heated area. The project will benefit 400 people. In communities that have started implementing renovation measures, residents already report considerable improvements not only on their energy bills, but also in terms of quality of life. Since it opened in late 2022, the resource centre in the Bulgarian city of Burgas has received over 3,000 visitors seeking advice on energy efficiency measures, renewable energy sources, and replacement of old heating devices. Thanks to the close collaboration among the city, the resource centre, and several homeowner associations, 213 renovation projects have been submitted for a total funding of 235 million euros.
Радостно е, че въпреки това, че сме първопроходци в тази си амбиция, до момента повече от 2500 души са потърсили за 2 месеца, 3, откакто функционираме услугите на офиса. Разбира се, по-голямата част от жителите, които идват, се интересуват повече от програмата за енергийна ефективност на многофамилните жилища, но една част питат и за различни видови инсталации, термопомпи, уреди за отопление, инсталации за добив на зелена енергия, най-вече фотоволтични панели, соларни панели и получавайки тази компетентна информация и напътствия, те могат информирано да направят своя избор и наистина да ни помогнат в този мащабен процес на глобалната трансформация. И аз съм убеден, че може би Бургас ще бъде водещия град в страната по подкрепа на Европейската директива за постигане на въглеродно и климатична неутралност на целия континент и се гордее с активността и гражданската позиция на своите съграждани.
In Budapest, Hungary, ComAct met with residents of a multi-apartment family building located in the 3rd district to create several renovation roadmaps. Based on the resources available and their needs, residents will be able to decide which option is best for them.
Tehát a ComAct budapesti projektjének a keretében 2 épületet választottunk, egy hagyományos építésű 110 éves épületet és egy 40 év körüli panelépületet. Ebben a 110 éves épületben, ahogy látni is lehet, nem elsősorban energiahatékonysági kérdések vannak, hanem nagyon komoly statikai műszaki problémák. Ennek megfelelően a felújítási útlevél, amit elkészítettünk, az arra fókuszál, hogy hogyan lehet egyben elérni energia megtakarítást, és egyben ezeket a bizonyos statikai, főleg vizesedési, tetővel kapcsolatos problémákat kezelni.
Despite the Russian invasion, Odessa Housing Union, the ComAct partner in Odessa, Ukraine, remains active on the ground. Every day, the Resource Center welcomes citizens looking for solutions. Since the center opened, specialists have provided more than 8,000 consultations to citizens and homeowner associations. In 2023, the basements of 39 houses were modernized by insulating pipes, replacing old lights with energy-saving ones, and installing individual heat substations that provide weather regulation, emergency lighting, and ventilation. Over 6,000 residents are now saving on energy bills, while having access to more comfortable shelters in their buildings. In Lithuania, engaging with local communities have paid off. In May 2023, the municipality of Tauragė opened a new resource center inside the city library.
Lietuvoje labai aktuali renovacijos problema, bet daugiabučių bendruomenės nenori įsitraukia į šios procesus. ComAct projekto tikslas – padėti bendruomenėms suvokti renovacijos naudą. Projekto metu tarptautiniai partneriai atliko kelių daugiabučių energetinį auditą, o rezultatus pristatėme netradiciniu būdu, surengę kaimynystės šventes. Kuriuose gyventojai turėjo galimybę ekspertam užduoti jiems rūpimus klausimus.
Renovating multi-family apartment buildings comes with many challenges, but it also represents a unique opportunity to tackle energy poverty on a large scale, delivering a range of positive impacts and contributing to climate adaptation. Bringing homeowners on board as early as possible is essential to making these renovations happen.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and I think it deserves a big applause for Margot, our colleague that really put all this video together, and all the colleagues from all the 5 pilot countries that actually do the work of ComAct on the ground. So thank you again to all of you. We wanted to start with this video also to show you kind of the reality on the ground, because we will like to talk about the realities on the ground, even though many times it can get lost in high-level talks like this in Brussels, which are, of course, very much important, but we do our projects exactly for this purpose, to bring it to the reality and to the ground. So let me introduce myself again. My name is Zita Kakalejčíková. I work for Habitat for Humanity International. We are a housing organization, and we deal with several issues around housing. But today particularly we will be talking about an issue of energy poverty, especially focusing on Central and Eastern European countries, and especially focusing on multifamily apartment buildings, which are privately owned. The apartments are privately owned. This conference marks the end of the ComAct project. ComAct project started 3.5 years ago, officially, but the idea started much longer before. It took us at least a year to prepare the project together with most of the partners that are actually right now implementing it. I think it was a very genuine effort of all of us wanting to help the homeowners living in multifamily apartment buildings in Central and Eastern European countries. Because we had the feeling that there is not much focus, especially on this sector. And we also had the feeling that we might have some solutions. We might have some assumptions that we want to try out. So we are also very thankful to the European Commission that we got the funding to try out and pilot our assumptions and hypotheses. Today, we will present you some of the findings and recommendations that come out from our project. All of these recommendations basically come out from the implementation on the ground. We had 5 pilot countries, as you could see in the video, and we had 7 municipalities that were engaged in the project. And this was all possible thanks to the 10 partners in the project, and each partner was carefully chosen to basically help the assumptions, to help figure out our assumptions from different point of views. We have a great policy paper, okay, that we will have hopefully a QR code here so that you can scan it and see it. It's super difficult to talk about everything that is in the policy paper, but we basically try to capture the recommendations for 3 main target audiences. So for the EU policymakers, for the national policymakers, and for the local policymakers, because we think that in order to help or renovate the multifamily apartment buildings, especially in Central and Eastern Europe, there needs to be this systematic and holistic approach on all the 3 levels. And coming back to the hypothesis. So our hypothesis originally at the beginning was that the high-cost, energy-efficient renovations of multifamily buildings can happen even in the privately owned multifamily buildings that are mostly composed of the energy-poor citizens. So this was our hypothesis, and we tried to put together the circumstances when this can work, basically. So you will find this out from the talks we'll have today, but it's especially in the policy paper. But I want to highlight that we focused on the communities of homeowners, which might seem many times that why are we focusing on the wealthy people? However, these are not wealthy people if you focus on Central and Eastern Europe, because this is a very specific region where privatization happened at the beginning of the 90s, and basically people that were living in state-owned apartments became homeowners. And right now what we have is a big mix of social income inside one building. Another dilemma, actually, what we were faced with was how to identify the buildings that are actually energy poor, because we have energy poverty on the household level, but we don't really have energy poverty on building level, and this is something that we wanted to focus on. This is something that we came up with, so we really try to identify energy poverty on the building level and how it can look like. I believe we will talk about it more in the panels, so I don't want to take the highlight from actually those that did the research. But I want to highlight another assumption that we had for this, that if you really help the homeowners, empower them as a community, if you give a very targeted advice on technical measures they can do, and the third one is if you really create or direct them to the financing solutions that can help them, this is something that can make the renovations happen. So this was our assumption. This is something we try to do in all 5 pilot countries, and basically this is what our recommendations are based on, and you will hear more about it. Yes, basically this was my main words. I really want to highlight one more thing why we focus on this, that we think there is not enough discourse on the European level, especially focusing on the privately owned multi-apartment buildings, because there needs to be a just transition that will happen. There is a discourse on the tenants, but we really want to focus on how to make this transition happen in a socially just way, because basically the burden at the end, when it comes to multifamily apartment buildings, lies with the homeowners, which are many times poor. So this is basically our main focus and what we want to bring to the EU especially. Yes, and we will have today 4 panels. Each panel will be focusing on a different aspect that we were focusing inside the project. So as I said, we were focusing on the 3 main aspects that we think that should help the energy poor buildings and the inhabitants living there. So financing, technical, and community aspect. And we will focus as well on the policies on the EU level and recommendations, and how EU can help making the renovations on the multifamily buildings level happen. So thank you again for coming. I'm super excited to see many familiar faces, a lot of implementers here, a lot of advisory people that helped us along the way, because this wouldn't be possible to happen. I think this is not an issue that can be resolved by one sole organization or one sole body. So as I said, there needs to be a systemic and holistic approach. That's why all of you are here, and that's why we will discuss it more today. And hopefully we'll have a good discussions where we can engage all of you as well. So again, welcome, and thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much. I just want to transition to the first panel. And I want to invite all the panelists and moderator to this podium. So if all of you can come, and I will give the floor to the moderator to basically introduce the whole panel and the issue we will be talking about.
Can you hear me now? Thank you so much. You know, there's always a first time for everyone. Thank you. So welcome, everyone. I'm super glad you're here. My name is Hanna Semze. I'm a sociologist working at the Metropolitan Research Institute. And together with my colleague Eva Geruhazis, who's sitting there, we were really heavily involved in preparing the policy recommendation. So I was actually quite flattered hearing Zita's words. The panel now will really focus on the achievements of ComAct, the 3 pillars of ComAct. We will discuss that, and in a moment I'm sitting here with 4 distinguished guests who will actually introduce themselves, because I figured that it's maybe nicer if they can say a few words about themselves. I will say a few words about the structure, how we will do. So we have 45 minutes. I will definitely try to keep the time, and I try to make it a lively discussion. So I would like to really encourage you to ask questions. To make it easier, what we will do, we will actually have 2 main rounds of discussions, and after each main round, I will open up the floor to you. And you know, of course, there are time limits, but I would say the more the better. So please take note and feel free to ask even things that you can be concerned about. Okay, this really, we want to have it open. Okay, then I just pass the word to the great guests we have. Just please say 3 sentences about yourselves, okay? Louise, you're sitting next to me, so you need to start.
Thanks very much. I'm Louise Sunderland. I'm from the Regulatory Assistance Project, which is, in short, a kind of research policy advice organisation, and we have teams looking at all aspects of the energy transition. I specifically work on energy efficiency in buildings and have had a strong focus throughout my career on energy poverty alleviation and energy justice.
Thank you, that's perfect.
Thank you very much, yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Jasmin Gabela. I come from Sarajevo. We are specialized in energy efficiency, energy and environment. The company is called Enova, yeah, we have covered the technical aspects in ComAct project. So yeah, that's 3 sentences. Yeah.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning from my side as well. Dragomir Tsane from Center for Energy Efficiency and Effect, Bulgaria, supporting renovation policies for decades now in the country. In ComAct, we tried to consult, support the development of financing schemes that take into account the needs of the energy poor households.
Good afternoon. My name is Liliana Alcheva. I'm coming from Habitat for Humanity Macedonia, and we are working on energy efficiency since 2009, focusing on multifamily apartment buildings. And our job in ComAct project was about the community engagement and stakeholders' involvement.
Thank you. Press it once more. So I'm still in the learning curve about the microphones. So I won't talk much. I'm actually the moderator, but please allow me to give you a super brief introduction about the 3 pillars of ComAct, because it's things that seem so natural to us. If you hear it for the first time, you might need just 2 sentences of explanation. So there are 3 pillars which we have focused on in this project, basically, as it was actually mentioned by Zita, technical, community, and financial. And this was the main idea about ComAct's complex renovation approach, and I think this is actually the innovative idea behind ComAct. What we realized quite early on, actually in that 1 year also when we were working on the proposal, is that although there are many mainstream subsidy schemes available in the Central Eastern European region, so that was also a very important decision from our side that we focus on that at that time rather neglected region from this perspective. What we have noticed already before that many buildings can take advantage of it, but despite the generosity of some of the subsidy systems that can go up to 80%, there is also 100%. So there are a set of buildings who will never be able to participate, who will never be part, and where to carry out energy efficient interventions, you need to do more. And there was also something else that we realized in previous work, also in Eastern countries like Armenia or in Macedonia, Bosnia, but also in Hungary, is that sometimes this miracles of intervention happens because there is also a good community, there is also a good manager, a housing manager, there can be a supportive NGO, or there is an SME who's interested and pushing forward. So what we try to do is just to create this miracle mix, and in the proposal, this miracle mix that substitutes the superb housing manager was this complex approach of 3 pillars. And that also defines the target group of buildings or housing associations in ComAct. So we didn't target everyone. We actually targeted, we call them tittering buildings, where they were either able to do it or not. So they were not super poor, but they needed help. They needed this complex approach that we were working on. And again, I'm referring back to Zita, that we actually sort of coined a name for them, extrapolating the meaning of household level energy poverty, and we call them energy poor buildings, buildings who need either technical or community or financial help because of certain things, or they can need all of them at the same time. The definition is slightly more complex, but this is not the forum to discuss it. But again, please go to the website and check out the policy paper. So this is why we really started to work on these pillars, and working on these pillars meant working with local communities in 5 countries, which was not the easiest because of COVID, among other things. Nevertheless, very beneficial and very interesting as we developed really methodologies how to advance in these 3 pillars. And this is actually what we will discuss today. But keeping in mind that although it would be a wonderful science project, but buildings not move in voids. Buildings are part of an ecosystem. You know, they are part of countries and cities and also Europe. And there are other trends and themes that influence them. So this is actually why Louise is here. So I will actually turn to her right now and ask her to give us a bit of brief introduction, because before we dwell into the details about some of the main movements that influence the opportunities of these buildings, and specifically not about the policies, because EU-level policies will be touched upon later today. So Louise, the word is yours.
Thanks very much. So yeah, I've just, as you've heard, been asked to say a few words about the kind of context, broader context into which the kind of ComAct learnings, findings, recommendations land. And I was doing a bingo there for how many times Hannah said the word complex, because I think that is the theme also of the three kind of contextual things I wanted to point out, is that we are facing greater complexity. So I think that first of all says, I think the approach to complexity that ComAct has set out to take is really important and super relevant in the context we are entering. So the first of the 3 things I'd like to just mention is that we need to go, as we all know, much faster than we ever have before in building decarbonisation and building renovation. You know, we all keep reminding ourselves we've got maybe 15 years now to fully decarbonise our stock, so we need to move super fast. The other thing we are really increasingly realising is that we need to move fast on decarbonisation, whilst also addressing very sensitively the very significant structural and social inequalities. And of course, that's what ComAct has tried to address head on. So I have a colleague who sort of coins this as saying, we used to have to go faster without breaking things. Now we're trying to accelerate whilst fixing things. And I think that really is the kind of the challenge that we have, is we are taking on more and more. And I think therefore the approach to defining kind of understanding energy poor buildings is a useful contribution to understanding the nuance that we're trying to address. The second one is that obviously, buildings are not islands. We know that now. To fully decarbonise a building, we obviously need to think about where the heating is coming from and how we decarbonise those heating sources. And what we do know now, and this certainly wasn't the case at the beginning of my career, for example, is what those dominant heat decarbonisation solutions will be. And it's agreed by the IEA, as well as by a number of kind of studies, to say that it will be heat pumps and it will be clean, efficient district heating as the dominant heat decarbonisation sources. The thing that those 2 have in common is they are grid-based heat sources. So obviously, heat pumps rely on electricity from the grid, and the district heating system connects buildings with its own grid. So now we understand not only do we have to do the complex technical approach to the building renovation, but then we have to think about how that fits in, how that building renovation approach engages with the local heat plan, with the grid capacity or the grid investment plan, and also the district heating plan. And there's a really big question there about who bears the cost, because we know building owners tend to bear the cost of the building renovation, where we socialise costs of other infrastructures in different ways. And then the last thing that I will say is that we are in a period of huge volatility and uncertainty. And I think that does raise significant questions about, once again, the way that we assess our approach to individual buildings and the way that we therefore finance that approach. So The energy crisis has, of course, made energy prices change significantly, and I think they will still be volatile into the future. It's also had a big impact on renovation costs. So when we have in the past, and when we continue to take an approach to defining our renovations based on cost effectiveness or on payback period, these approaches, I think, are less and less certain. You know, the day when both sides of those calculations, both the costs of the renovation and then also the energy savings that will pay back for that cost, we really don't know what those costs and what those savings will be with any great certainty because of this volatility. So once again, when we're thinking about designing our finance provisions, particularly if we're asking households to take out finance reliant on energy savings, I think we need to think very carefully about how certain we can be about those, and is therefore payback period or cost effectiveness entirely the right approach alone to defining our renovations. So I'm just adding problems and problems and problems here, I realise, but that was the job I was asked to do. And so, as I say, I think those are just some useful, hopefully useful contextual elements. But I do think ComAct is one of the projects that I think is meeting that challenge kind of quite head on.
Thank you, Louise. And I think what was very wonderful, your last sentence about problems and problems. And you were actually asked to say that, because I think that's an approach that I have, that we can learn a lot from good experiences and best practices, but we can learn the most from failures and challenges. So this is actually the approach I want to take on. Thank you so much for contextualizing all the difficulties that these buildings we have worked with, who are actually poor anyways, will have already had to face and will need to face in the future. So I will turn to our great guests right now, who individually led the development of the different pillars in the project, so they are best equipped to talk about the experience, the learning, and the challenges they have faced. So please let's start with the community. Liliana, the word is yours.
It was mentioned already that the project started during the COVID crisis, and that was completely different what we were expecting to do with the community engagement and stakeholders engagement. You know, the almost 2 years it was impossible to include people, group people together and do something with the community. But with the ComAct project, we say that we have reached our goals to this task, that means community engagement and stakeholders activation. The good thing, or the best practice in this project, was the methodology, how we were identifying who are the key stakeholders. And I think that mapping stakeholders, one of the first things we did in the project, and then realize how can we approach to different type of the stakeholders. And if I'm looking now back to the validation report that is prepared already, it says that the homeowners were the most involved in the project in all 5 pilot countries, instead of research community, which was the least involved. And speaking from a project perspective, I think that the involvement of the homeowners were crucial for the renovation of the buildings, which was our main task. Unfortunately, we succeed only 3 buildings to be renovated, but having in mind all the circumstances, all the conditions around the project, this was also a great success. About the involvement of the research community, I think that there are a lot of things ongoing about the energy efficiency, the renovation, the technical aspects of the renovation of the buildings, and maybe the research community was less involved because there is a lack of cooperation between the NGO sector or the construction sector with the research community. For example, in Macedonia, with another project, we've established a cooperation with the Faculty of Electrotechnics, and we've learned through the direct contacts with them that they've already developed some things that can be used by us in the implementation of the activities, but we don't know who is doing what and what is the innovation that has been done in the sector. Also, one of the main aspects of the involvement of stakeholders were the resource centers, and the resource centers actually continued with another project that is run by more or less the same consortium, which is a ComActivate project, where the resource centers are further developed and their place in the society is strengthened with, will be strengthened with this project. Our experience with the resource center in the ComAct project shows that the resource center are the most effective if they are part of the local self-government or local government institutions, and they cannot sustain without the subsidies from the local government. So for the sustainability of the resource center, probably their inclusion into the municipal budget is one of the models that exist for now, and it's the only model at the moment that is effective and that can provide a certain sustainability. Hereby, I would also like to emphasize, and this is my last part, emphasize the success that has been done in different communities and how 5 pilot countries from a different, I mean, we are all coming more or less from the socialist background, and we are facing with the same problems in the multifamily apartment buildings, but the mentality is different, the conditions are different, and the biggest success of the project was that all these 5 pilot countries communicate and cooperate among themselves using the same methodology to identify stakeholders and implement more or less the same models how to engage the stakeholders, and that was functional in all 5 pilot countries. And I would like to emphasize my appreciation of the work of our colleagues from Ukraine. Despite the whole situation that happens in the country, they really succeed to reach the community, continue with their work, issuing the regular bulletin for the homeowners that they were doing before, so doing the energy audits of the buildings, and did a great work. One thing more about, I will go back about this cooperation between, how it is important, the cooperation between the different stakeholders in the sector. We in Macedonia renovated 3 buildings with the cooperation and the subsidies from the local self-government in municipality of Karpoš, but also in those buildings, the capacity of the people who were living, of the homeowners in those buildings, they were well-educated people, university professors who really know about the importance of the energy efficiency and really get involved into the process and succeed to receive subsidies from the municipality and renovate the building. So that's all from my side for now.
Thank you, Liliana. Also, I would like to call your attention to take notes, because after Dragomir's and Yasmin's turn, I will open the floor so you can ask our experts anything you want. I also wanted to, before giving the floor to Dragomir, I definitely wanted to come back to the point. I was super happy that you mentioned the resource centers and the role. I tried it. Thank you, but thank you so much for calling to my attention. It's not my microphone, Dane, obviously. So calling the attention to the role of the municipalities, because there are many forms and setups for research centers, but that's our experience as well, that once you want to reach vulnerable consumers, energy poor homeowners, energy poor buildings of any kind of difficulty, then the municipality becomes an indispensable player. So there are certain costs that you cannot spare, and that you need to spend some public money. So thank you, Liliana, for mentioning it. Now, so we do have an overview about what were the main learnings from the community and stakeholder engagement pillar. And I would like to pass the word to Dragomir to highlight a few takeaways about the financial pillar, please.
Thank you, Hannah. Indeed, having the local authorities on our side is crucial also in deployment of financial mechanisms. But before coming to that and before detailing the instruments that are necessary for the uptake of financing sources, we need to acknowledge certain features of the landscape that we have in Eastern Europe, because indeed, as you also in the video that was promoted here, the buildings seem the same in all countries. Heritage from the communist era in very poor condition, same manner of ownership, distributed ownership, same problems with the heating, with energy services that are provided for these buildings. And then we have different development trajectories in all of the 5 countries. That was astonishing, and that was the fact that really we had to ascertain and start working with, because in the 5 countries you have all the variety of financial instruments that you might think of. You can have a landscape with absolutely no subsidies, no grants, and certain working instruments coming from the private commercial banks, but that doesn't lead to a streamlined policy-making situation. On the other hand, you have countries with 100% grant, believe it or not, 100% grant for renovation. People do not pay a single cent for renovating of their multifamily buildings. But where does that leave us? That leaves us to a very small percentage of buildings being renovated for a long period of time because the public money are just not enough. And you have everything in between. And at the end of the day, you cannot take a model and place it to a certain country, even if that is the best model, without considering that kind of development trajectories and without considering who are the stakeholders that have been involved in the process so far. So to put it on simple terms, there is a certain recipe that should work for everyone. The recipe is combining a grant component with attractive financing mechanisms, adding additional support for vulnerable or energy poor households, a matter of social policies, and placing that integrated product to the end users through a certain set of instruments. All right, but in all of these aspects, there are a number of details that have to be considered, a number of possibilities that have to be discussed with all stakeholders. How much the subsidy would be, where are the resources, how much does that would cost to the society compared to the other measures. Then, what are the financing instruments? What is the experience of the grantees of the beneficiaries from the financial instruments with different financing instruments? What are the trust levels to different lending institutions? And then, coming to the point of local action, who is guiding the homeowners associations through the process? Is there on-site capacity that is able to bring that set of 100 households with different educational level, different economic background, different traditions in communicating through the whole process? That capacity is something that has to be created, has to be existing in order that financial instruments work efficiently in these countries. And at the end of the day, after studying all these models that were existing, and after designing dream financing instruments and putting them to the attention of the different stakeholders, we came with a certain set of suggestions, recommendations that we hope are applicable in different contexts. But if I have to single out one of those, it's sustainability and continuity of policy making, avoiding disruptions, avoiding campaigning, setting up a regime of working with financing instruments, a method to discipline and educate the potential beneficiaries in working with the mechanisms that are applicable in the certain situation. If we can achieve that and avoid these disruptions that we evidence everywhere around the country, that are also influenced by the political volatility that Luis was mentioning, the populistic tendencies that we face, also the impact from the East, which is very clearly visible. in that context, and that's quite relevant to the energy and energy efficiency policies. We'll be on the right way, but we need a lot of work to do at the national level to establish that continuity in policies.
Thank you, Drago. That was brilliant because, I mean, there were so many important messages condensed into 5 minutes. So the key about sustainability and continuity, this very much resonates with the experience that we had, not only in ComAct, but in other projects. And I also really liked when you mentioned, you know, that basically the devil lies in the details. I mean, you can, about the financial instruments, and also that you need local capacities to lead homeowners, whatever financial instruments there are. And through this, you connected again to the community aspects, and we brings us back to complexity that seems to really be our main topic today. So to have the last leg of complexity for this panel, I will give the word now to Yasmin and to talk, you know, to hear about technical things.
Technical, yes. Yes, well, thank you very much, yeah. So the technical pillar was focused on examining different technical solutions and identifying optimum technical solutions. And we looked at those 5 locations. There were 10 buildings that were examined, and we looked at various combinations of technical measures in the area of energy efficiency, as well as producing renewable energy at the site. So obviously, we have these 5 countries, which some of them are on the coast, you know, very south, Bulgaria and Ukraine, North Macedonia, with different heat needs and more cooling needs than in Lithuania and Hungary, more continental. So we looked at different technical options. First, looking at those traditional combinations, you know, the insulation of envelope and roof and windows, etc. But an interesting part was actually to look at options of producing energy on the site, which is obviously also driven by these other factors, you know, the political and the recent events that are changing the landscape of energy supply in Europe. So producing electricity and combining them with production of heat through heat pumps and basically not relying on gas and is obviously a good solution, and we examined those options also through energy audits, and we looked at these different cases on those buildings, and this is basically for us the most interesting part of the research. So yeah, it definitely makes sense from the technical point of view. It's, as we say, no-brainer that you know, producing electricity and also using your own energy for heating and other needs in households is it makes sense. But obviously that's to investment need of the renovation effort at site, and particularly if you're looking at from the point of view of energy poverty, it obviously, again, complexity. I mean, this is a key word here. In looking for so the combination may now go a little bit outside of the scope of only the technical part, because we also examining the technical options. We always look at economic options, economic so the return of investment and other ratios which tell us you know, how much sense does it make, what is better and worse. So in this sense, it's related to the, you know, different financial options and financial products. So in perhaps looking for solutions, not only identifying the complexities, we also added more complexity when looking into actually putting this into practice through these new concepts of prosumers and distributing energy locally, through citizen energy communities, and also looking at options of peer-to-peer energy trading and so on. These are different solutions which may prove these are new concepts which are being examined at more advanced European economies, but they may also be part of the solution also for these Eastern European countries where we have these social mixed housing, and yeah, maybe I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yasmin. I think we have come actually to a full circle with the grid and heat pumps, back to Louise. And also, what I also liked in what you mentioned is that you mentioned this economic affordability of certain solutions and the payoff period, and that connects also to what Louise was saying. So we need to actually re-examine our approach, whether this is the right one to think about payoff periods. It's not necessarily true. This is something also to discuss. I will very happily open the floor now. I mean, I do have a few more questions also to the panelists, but I would like to invite now people from the audience to raise your hands. I think a lot of interesting things have been mentioned. Yes? Okay. Please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, citizens. My name is Angelos Harlaftis, Epafos Advisors, who represent the EcoWaves movement, the pan-European and Mediterranean political and regional movement, which is based in direct democracy, in science and in ecology. I used to be a civil engineer, and I have a small observation before the question. You are using the term Macedonia, when here in Brussels we have an official name, because we have Macedonians not only in the northern Macedonia but also in the southern parts of Macedonia. They are all Macedonians, but we have to put it on the proper way, I think. The question is, you are working on a kind of renovation for the energy solutions which are provided. So the old buildings, is it better, according to your study, these solutions which you are experimenting right now, or you should make a new building? You have to demolish the old building like they do in Brussels, for example, and you build with a new prototypes standards the building. Because this is a big question about the cost effectiveness of the projects here in Europe. Thank you very much.
It's a really interesting question. It's one. So this is from my experience outside of the region, but perhaps it's relevant. This question was asked quite a lot about renovation of social housing, where I come from, south of England, and a number of studies were done, and I came out with quite interesting findings. First of all, when you look at the kind of from the technical aspect, the embodied carbon in pulling down a building and the waste, and then obviously putting up a new building, there's much more embodied carbon in building a new building and dealing with waste than there is in renovation. So that was one consideration. But perhaps more interesting to me and relevant, super relevant, was actually the social impact. So on displacing an entire community from a building, finding them somewhere else to live, and I suppose the idea is then they can move back. But buildings take a lot of time to build. So for me, that was a really interesting and probably a very, very significant finding, that displacing people, destroying those social structures was a significant reason to renovate rather than rebuild.
Thank you, Luz. That was, I think, a very, very interesting answer. Do you want to comment? I also want.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely a very interesting question. Actually, in our part of the world, East Macedonia, right, That cost of renovation is about 150 euro. Believe it or not, these are the reference values. For 150 euro, I think it's quite clear that it's not comparable for the cost of building a new construction, a new building. But
Please elaborate. 150 euros per
renovation per square meter. Sorry. Yes, switch is on. You understand that that's quite accessible to any kind of income level, and also very attractive for designing financing schemes. The problem, however, is that the safety networks in our communities have been really destroyed in the past 30 years. We do not have any remaining social residential fund. You cannot put these people somewhere like you could do in many other countries. And if you try to disturb that community dynamics that we still have in these multifamily residential buildings, that would need a lot of support from social point of view and a lot of communication for which we do not have the resources, the experience. But still, I think the main point is keeping the economic asset that is hidden, that is contained in these existing buildings, because this is the product of the work of generations of people that put their, we call it blood and sweat, into building these buildings, and we have to preserve that.
Thank you so much, and I'm actually very happy that both Luis and Dragomir brought up the social aspect as well. And now it seems this seems a super question, so Yasmin will... Oh, there's another... Yuri, so then that's a second question.
Yeah, but it's a different topic, okay? So I'm Yuri Shumegi from Habitat for Humanity International. I think for the community part, Liliana was talking about the resource centers. That's our solution in the ComAct project to address and engage the community. I think, interestingly, parallel to the development of the ComAct project, there was this emerging promotion of one-stop shops at the EU level. Could you elaborate a bit on why we stick to the term resource centers and not using one-stop shops, because that's a very similar approach?
I think that at the moment where this project was designed, it was late 2018, 2019. That was the term that was used. So one-stop shop was introduced later. And we've called in the project, if you like to be more precise, energy advisory resource centers. So we used this term resource centers as a shortened version of what we are actually doing, and it's actually the same with the one-stop shop that is later on introduced into the European legislation.
Even though I'm a moderator, do you allow me to comment? This is a double rule now, sorry, is that so I like this question because this is something we also grappled with when we were working on the policy recommendations. So there are quite a lot of overlaps. Personally, I feel that resource centers themselves, the way we imagined when we were writing the ComAct proposal and the way I still imagine them, tend to be more complex. So one-stop shops are rather they are also very useful, but the way the term is typically used, it's a place where you go strictly for an energy advisory, for energy advice. However, and they can offer you different products as well. But the complexity that we imagined with ComAct, this kind of holistic approach, an ideal resource center, and that is still to be realized, but the ideal resource center actually takes on the role of community development as well. I think the technical and the financial aspects are more relevant, are existing also in the one-stop shops, but this community aspect, that's missing more in the one-stop shops, at least that I know. But again, the terms are fluid and also changing. And I agree what Liliana was saying. So this the things happen parallelly. Sorry for this not moderator interruption, but there's another question. Please go ahead.
So, hello, thanks for this. I am Guillermo Barragán from Vito, and I have what I think is a quite straightforward question. You mentioned, for example, in the case of North Macedonia, you mentioned that 3 buildings were successfully renovated, and I was wondering, have you noticed after that a cascade effect of other buildings in the area? I mean, it can be for North Macedonia, but can also apply to the other countries, happening, really taking place, drinking a little bit, or from your expertise and from your findings, and
In Macedonia, there were 72 buildings renovated with the support of my organization. So the renovation mostly went through the subsidies with the municipalities. And also there are some buildings who are renovated with the full participation of the homeowners. It started in 2009, where the first pilot project supported by USAID was introduced, and we actually did 3 buildings renovation. That was a kind of a demonstration project, and exactly as you said, we were planning to have a multiply effect with the when we showed the case with the renovation of the buildings. And the financial models exist, but people are not well informed. The homeowners are not well informed about the models of the financial renovation. And also the biggest problem is the management of the multifamily apartment buildings and how to organize the homeowners. And Habitat is doing that instead of commercial banks who are offering loans but don't have this services for the homeowners how to renovate the buildings.
Yes, please.
Good morning. Nicholas Sanchov. I represent an NGO that advocates and supports. I would say we are a one-stop shop since 2012, or an energy resource center. And we also have a 20-year on-bill financing instrument for deep renovations called Nebiu. Just to introduce myself, the point that he was asking was, are there neighboring effects? In other words, those 3 buildings got renovated. Did others get renovated? Example, we found that it's mostly by city. It doesn't spread further than the neighborhood. In other words, one building was renovated very slowly in 2010. Then 2 years later, 2 buildings were done. Then 4 years later, 11 in the city. But they were all in the same neighborhood. What was your experience?
More or less very much depending on the support, financial support from the municipality. And I can say that out of these 72 buildings that I've mentioned that are deeply renovated, 50 and something are in the same municipality.
Thank you. I would have one, because slowly as we are running out of time, so I would have a, do you have a question? Okay, then go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, the same for me, with mics. I'm Noemi Dalnoki. I'm working for the DG Regio currently, and I have 2 big questions, or 2 bunches of questions. I would be interested in the share of soft costs as compared to the investment. So how much HR did you need, how many people, and so on and so on. And how many meetings did you have? Yes. And I would also be interested in the way these resource centers are or can be incentivized. For example, if they achieve a bigger, let's say, energy saving, can they get out more of it for themselves as well? I mean, can they maintain themselves, or how this whole scheme was organized? And I would be also interested in, and this is the other bunch of questions I would say, how did you deal when you have a multi-apartment building and you have different income levels on the ground? How did you do it? I mean, because a few qualify for, I don't know, a grant and a loan, and another part would qualify for 100% grant because this is their income level. How do you manage the process? I mean, because a condominium usually contracts, it's a legal person, contracts a loan on its own as a community, and they do not contract one by one, usually. I don't know if you have experience with this. And the last question, did you have the chance, or because as far as I understood, you were rather dealing with energy poor buildings and not the very deep energy poverty, which is usually the same as poverty. They just don't have money for food and so on. They are not skilled. They don't have jobs. To deal with debt management. I mean, whether these resource centers had to face people where they had public utility debts and so on and so on and so on, and how were you able to sort out these problems? And the other end actually would be tax evasion. When in Hungary, and I think in Eastern Europe, you also have this problem that people they are well off, they are affluent, but they are cheating and they try to get out the best for them, obviously. So whether you had to, whether you faced such, but perhaps not, but because obviously you try to hide it. Thank you.
I will take the word for now because it's a complex set of questions, and I will turn for a moment, I think, for your second question regarding to our Lithuanian colleagues sitting on the back row, because regarding the grants, and I would like to ask them to be very brief, because it's possible to handle different people with different income levels within a condominium and provide different grants. So please, Ruta or Kestutis, just a super brief intervention because we're running out of time, and then I will give you the word for the other questions.
Well, according to a scheme which is working quite well in Lithuania, the people who receive compensations for heating and hot water are compensated 100% for the renovation. And that, of course, increases the chance that the condominium is voted to be refurbished, to be renovated. So essentially, there is a diversification, the diversity in compensation levels when it comes to different levels of income, different levels of living standards in a building. I don't know if that responds to your question.
I think that's really good for now. I think you can go into break to the details how this project, but so the message I wanted to get through is there are solutions to handle this, and I think it's a very important. Before giving the word to Liliana and Drago, I wanted to give you something very important. So. The project itself achieved a lot of things, but actual refurbishments took place only in Skopje, in different districts. So issues, as a result, I think there are many details we can discuss later in the break, but we never really encountered debt management issues to the best of my knowledge. But now I give the word to Liliana Drago.
All right, really an interesting set of questions, and I would probably also try to handle a few of the previous questions, because indeed, whenever we had dedicated support for the communities coming from either from the side of the municipalities or from the side of specialized businesses, you can see the impact. And for example, in our case, in Burgas, we have to know that renovation doesn't start from ComAct and will not end with ComAct, so it's a pathway that we have to observe here. But when there is an additional support, and where there are examples of renovated buildings that perform well, it really brings a snowball effect. And we might only have 3 buildings renovated in ComAct because the renovation process is typically a long process when it's related to support programs specifically, but in the city of Burgas, in our last renovation program, there were 8 times more candidates than the financial resource. And that's the huge impact that we have made, increasing the interest. Then on the next question, increasing the interest, it bears a cost. These resource centers bear a cost. These are the soft costs. And actually, we calculated them because we love to calculate in our organization. And it differs, by the way, from a building to a building. For the lower building, for the smaller buildings, it's a bigger percentage of the total cost of the project. Obviously, the opposite with the bigger buildings, but I would put it in the range of 6 to 10% of the total cost if you want to do it properly with the right technical assessments, including structural assessment, because it's hugely important to answer also the question if we should demolish the buildings or renovate them. But where that leaves us, it's actually where does that takes us? It takes us to the design of the financing programs, because when we do a financial support program for building renovation, we have to account for these costs and we have to include them in the total budget of the program, which we do not typically do. But any program, it should have technical support component, it should have monitoring component, it should have communication component, it should have also training and education or knowledge component, if we really want to say that we are doing a sustainable policy. And that's my take out of our calculations on what are the soft costs. It's hugely important. And also that's a way to involve businesses, because out of these soft costs, businesses can compete by providing a competent service to support the homeowners to get better results of the renovation projects.
Maybe one addition to your comment. It's a very interesting question, and those issues we are facing a lot during our work. How to identify who is the most needed in one multifamily apartment buildings and and how to support them to do the renovation and not collapse the whole project because 1 or 2 families don't have enough funds to do the renovation. One of the models that was used was actually the municipality is giving subsidies or support only to those families who fit a certain criteria of poverty, and support only those, because as Zita mentioned at the beginning, in multifamily buildings are living people with different background and different social status. Unfortunately, someone can have more, and there are energy poor households. This is one of the models that we've used. I know it's not the perfect one, but it's one model.
Thank you, Liliana. And as a last word, I just want to say that we're definitely not looking for perfections. When we are close to perfect, we are super happy. I think, at least I would have still a lot of questions, but unfortunately I cannot ask them now. So we need to finish. But thank you for your active participation. We are here in the breaks so we can continue the discussion. And thank you very much for every one of you. So unless you have something really urgent to say in one sentence, I would love to close the panel now. You would anyone? Okay, then thank you.
We are now jumping into the break. I believe we have until 11:45, so we have enough time, basically the second one. And we will focus on the empowerment of the local citizens. And I give the floor to Kestutis to kick us off as a moderator and introduce the panelists. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I want to do, what if I use that mic? No. Maybe, yeah. Hello. Dear colleagues, my name is Kestutis Kupšys. I I'm a moderator for this panel and the Vice President of the Lithuanian Consumers Alliance and a member of the Economic and Social Committee, which is a civil society house of European citizens. And you are at the ESC building here. You are in a room which is managed by Committee of the Regions, but we and Committee of the Regions, we have the same building to share. So welcome everyone, and it's my pleasure to introduce you to my great selection of my colleagues, my panelists, and I shall start from an alphabetic order, if you allow. So first of all, good to have you here, Marine Cornelis on my right. She's Executive Director of Next Energy Consumer, and that's a policy and public affairs consultancy focused on social aspects of energy and climate transitions. And Marine leads that consultancy. We could describe her as an energy shaker because she looks for ways to disrupt and to reinvent things. So Marine, I need your bullet fast self-introduction, maybe also reflecting on what you heard, what you got this morning from this panel. You know, like 30 seconds for you to simply present yourself and potentially reflect on something you probably already got impressed by this morning.
Thank you so much, Kestutis. It's really a great honor to be here. I'm also a member of the advisory board of ComAct, so it's really my pleasure to be here with you today. And what I really truly appreciated from this morning conversation so far is that the panelists, the project itself, they acknowledge that energy renovation is not only about the visible parts, it's about really unfolding the story of a whole community, of a whole building, and of a really for a whole family. And it is indeed a complex story because it touches upon the homes, not only the house. So it goes beyond the building envelope. It really, truly goes to the heart of the people. And during COVID, when the project started, it became even more visible. And today, I would say that my heart is also very much with the people in Ukraine who have lost their homes and who will need our ideas, who will need our support to build back better, to make their cities, their homes really truly more resilient. And what this project really is about, at the end of the day, it's about trust. It's about trust that was managed to be built by the project managers, the contractors, the policymakers, the community themselves. And overall, it's about building trust in the project. And I was truly impressed by when the person from Burgas said that 8 times the number of application was received. And that's really a truly amazing project. There is so much to learn from. So yeah, it's really the testament that at the end, our lives will get better thanks to those measures.
Good to hear that. Thank you, Marine. And we also have Anna Yafisko, a policy officer for social affairs and economy from Eurocities, and she's working for the last 3 years at the Eurocities, and she has a background in economic policy. And Eurocities is the largest network of European cities, counting over 200 large cities as its membership, representing more than 150 million of people across 38 countries, outside and inside of Europe. Is that correct, Anna?
Yes, thank you for this amazing introduction. Yeah, as we gather here today to discuss the local community engagement and citizens' engagement in the renovation process, I stand here as expert on housing and energy poverty. So for me, the project, the delivery of this project, I think has had amazing results because it reached out to citizens. And that is the most difficult part for municipality, to reach out to citizens, especially the most vulnerable. And what is energy poverty? What does it mean for people, especially for young people and children? Energy poverty has an impact on the well-being and mental health of children and young people. And this leads, of course, to social exclusion during their lifetimes. And energy poverty also impacts women much more than men because they are the caregivers. They are the ones staying at home more than men. Therefore, I think that one-stop shop are one of the solutions, resource centers are one of the many solutions that can, of course, close this gap and can help alleviate energy poverty in Europe. And municipalities, local governments are acting towards this.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna. Now, on my left, we have Adam Pustelnik, who is deputy mayor of the city of Łódź. I'm trying my best to pronounce the name, the city name in a correct manner. While it's amazing that you have a name consisting of 4 letters, but 3 of them are not pronounced the way you may think. It's not Łódź, it's Łódź. And Łódź is a city in a very center of Poland, one of the largest, I think 4th or the third largest. And that is an industrial center. Since my early years, I know that Łódź is synonymous with textiles industry. And now probably a lot is simply gone. And that creates definitely some a challenge, perhaps a huge challenge for a city. But we are talking more of renovations, of energy efficiency today. If you could relate the transition of the city of Łódź to what we are talking today, it would be probably an added value for our audience. Well, yes. So you introduce yourself, please, and give us. I guess you did you participate from the beginning? Did you?
No,
did you miss?
sir.
Yeah. Okay. So the floor is yours, and just for short introduction at this point.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to share the microphone with Kęstutis. It will be a nice icebreaker for our discussion. That's true. I represent an area in a city where 3 out of 4 letters are only in the local alphabet, which makes our, let's say, international communication and external dialogue a one big challenge. And it's very relevant to what I'll be speaking to you about today, because the city is actually a one big challenge because of its structure and because of its history. It's a typically industrial area with 1.1 million people in the agglomeration, which used to be for 50 years, almost 50 years of communism in Poland, an industrial powerhouse in the heart of state-owned and state-managed textile industry, which of course almost overnight collapsed in the beginning of the 90s. Right now, the city is doing relatively well. However, the structural issues, some of them are at the core of our discussion, they haven't evaporated. Furthermore, they even grew in importance because the city has the biggest in Poland publicly owned and controlled housing stock, where at least 50% of it's in a horrible shape. The city was not destroyed at all during World War II, unlike the majority of Polish big cities, which is good and bad news. Good news because we maintained our historic thread and we maintained our, let's say, heritage. However, we never experienced a huge, large-scale renovation program like the majority of the cities in our part of the continent, which from the perspective of energy efficiency, energy poverty, and everything that's the fundament of today's debate, create from us a pretty interesting example and a place where all the issues are concentrated. And thank you very much for having the opportunity to speak with people like you, people who know more, and people who shape the agendas, which are vital and fundamental to places like the ones that I represent.
Good to have you here. Good to have you here, Adam. Now, Egle Randite, she's my compatriot. She comes from Vilnius, and she is the managing director of Vilnius City Building Renovation Company, I should say, or an institution. In Lithuanian, it's Viešoji įstaiga atnaujinkime miestą, literally translated as refurbish the city, probably. And this body is responsible for renovation in Vilnius. And it's actually a competence center, or rather the competence center for the sustainable development of the living environment of the city of Vilnius. So that's how you describe your mission. And Egle, you have the floor for your short introduction, please.
Thank you, Kęstutis. Thank you for inviting me here to share our experience in Vilnius. So I'm running that company we call One-Stop Shop, as now very popular at the moment. And actually, it's working pretty good because during 3 years we increased numbers dramatically in Vilnius. So from 10 projects in 2019, today we have 200 projects. So just in a couple of years we have really changed the situation in the renovation numbers. So thank you for inviting once again, and I will share some tips how we made it.
Good, great. Thank you for coming, and thank you, dear audience, for you being here and listening to us attentively. And also, we have time for questions later on. Now, I think it's really time to go deep into the topic, and that's a question to all of the panelists. Please reflect on what kind of tools essentially are necessary to empower communities to make sure that citizens act together in the process of renovation, in the process of refurbishment. And those tools could be, of course, described as one-stop shops, and how those tools, among those one-stop shops, could benefit house owners and how they should be designed. So that's a major starting question for all of you. And who would like to start? Who's the Egle? Yeah, go on, continue.
Yeah, I can just share my experience, the success story. I think one-stop shops are very important to have in all local communities, in all cities, because it helps to facilitate all process for residents. Because I don't know, I believe that in other countries the process. The implementation process of a renovation project is also quite difficult, quite long, and quite you need to gather a lot of information and have decent, proper capacity to manage all things. So I think as competence centers, as facilitation centers, is very important to have in all the cities.
Next, maybe taking the... Adam, you have a luxury of being able to share a microphone either with me or with Egle. So it's now you are facing a really difficult choice, huh?
Actually, it's not difficult at all. Egle, it's a natural choice. Listen. From what I experienced in recent years, participating in a lot of discussions on the EU level, on the country level, I think the key to engage people, citizens, is similar or the same regardless of the topic that it touches on. I mean, the same tools and the same mechanisms apply no matter if the discussion or the field it refers to refurbishment, energy poverty, green areas, any kind of participation. In my opinion, the fundament, and I've been co-responsible for that in recent years, is for the people to have a feeling, to have an image in their minds that they actually have an impact. Many of the discussions are very abstract, are filled with ideology. They are very vague. And people think that, okay, I'm just going there to have a voice. They will make some notes, some report, and my voice doesn't have a meaning. If you implement a tool, no matter what the tool can be, it can be a formalization of people's voices, or having another mechanism that besides the discussion, some document is being created, or some obligation by the city or country management that you apply at least part of the voices, so that people feel that they really, that it's not an abstract voice in a vague debate, but they actually can do it. Even if you apply a small part of it, and you really treat seriously at least part of the voices, it gives the people a sense of meaning of their actions. In my opinion, this is vital, not only from the perspective of this kind of discussion, but any type of social participation.
Mm-hmm. How do you organize it in the woods? Huh?
Always when I have debates with people, and I had 82 meetings with people from all over the city in my 3-year term. I've done that deliberately. I have colleagues who make reports out of those meetings, and no matter if I agree with it or not, I choose several doable points from any discussion, and I pay obsessive attention that they're implemented. And later I communicate it so that people see that something has been done. It's never possible to, let's say, you get 100 voices on a meeting to implement 100, and sometimes they even contradict each other, so it would not be good. But to pick some of them that are easily doable, if you like low-hanging fruits, and you pay really hard managerial attention that they are done, and that the administration does not neglect them, and you communicate it openly.
Perfect. Well, it sounds as a perfect political, very prudent way of handling stuff. Congratulations. Colleagues?
Yeah, I think it's Adam really touched upon really important points, which is people wanting agency in what the future of their city will be like, and this kind of active listening is really important also in the design of the tools that you will implement, because they are not only like the physical one-stop shop. Certain countries, such as Belgium, certain municipalities are choosing to have like online tools. The problem with online tools is really in the design of those tools, because sometimes the vocabulary is a little bit too complex, and if you don't master the language, which happens to a lot of us, I mean, I can speak for myself. Even as a well-educated woman, I live in Italy, and sometimes I really don't understand anything about the administration. And anybody who lives in Belgium who's not Belgian is exactly in the same situation. So it's also about like framing the message to your audience so that they feel that they can actually grasp the benefits of the tools. Really, it's like this active listening, it has to be from the design itself and not only as a box that you would like to tick. That means taking into consideration many different, I could say, persona, which is a term you use in marketing to design to really identify the person you would like to target. But it's about having different user persona to make sure that the tool is appropriate for all of them. So maybe an immigrant mother with limited understanding of the language, maybe an elderly family or something like that. Maybe some people with physical disability, but also like if you make them fair, if you make the tools fair and inclusive by design, it actually benefits the whole community.
Yeah,
Thank you. Yeah, I can bring a practice which is trying to be replicated in other European cities, and it is from Ghent, actually. They have this comprehensive service, of course, called the Energy Hub. So basically, they offer tailored advice to homeowners, targeting the most vulnerable areas in the city. They help them with the paperwork, but they also give them financial incentives through energy loans. So basically, to even initiate the renovation work, people need money, because most vulnerable people don't even have the money to anticipate to start a loan. And in this case, Ghent set up a revolving climate fund, is called. So basically, they reinvest the repayments from this loan to help the most vulnerable citizens to access this service and the renovation, to access the renovation works for their house. And of course, it is, even if the local governments are the government more closely to citizens, it's difficult even for them to reach out to those people. Sometimes, and most of the times actually, in this case, Ghent was helped by housing and climate NGOs, but also by social workers and social services to reach out to those people and check who was really in need of this service.
Perfect. Thank you, Anna. Yeah. Okay. Good. So we need more examples. We need more and more creative examples. So I'm again asking Agle, Adam, also Marine. Could you add some inspirational stories to how the tools on the ground are designed to make sure they work? Do you possibly, I don't know, do you engage celebrities like we did in Lithuania, promoting our activities under ComAct, and we got really like a street days organized for specific community? What is the decisive factor of success? Please provide us with inspiration. Huh?
Okay, so maybe it's nothing new actually. It's a very simple solution, what we found out when we started working as one-stop shop. And as I heard from other colleagues, it's really true. The language of energy efficiency and savings and kilowatt hours and etc. It's too difficult to understand and to explain all the processes. There are a lot of information on internet. And a lot of platforms, but to understand that information, it takes time, and so we decided to invest more in communication. I mean, we invested a lot of time, and we're still investing in face-to-face meetings after working hours with particular building community members. But one building, one evening, and one meeting. Not one meeting for few communities of buildings, because we found out that not everybody comes. But when you go just in front of the door, they come out from their flats, and then you can reach them, and then you can explain, and then you can have a better dialogue with them. And of course, we invest in our personnel. We have great experts. They know what they are talking. They know all the answers. So I think it's one of simple solutions. We invested in communication, face-to-face dialogue.
I don't know if Anna or Marine, they mentioned this point. I think that the inspiration and some solutions, they are really close to us, and they don't necessarily require very sophisticated type of activity. I think that the approach and political priority on certain element, which just creates a vibe and an approach from the administration that you don't do something just to tick the box, this is very important, because if you say, under my supervision, there is an administration constituting of approximately 2,500 people, which is a lot and not a lot at the same time. However, it's very important that a politician or someone who is responsible for a direction mentions that something is actually important, that you pay attention, that you put political priority to implement certain postulates or certain voices. It will not happen just spontaneously. If you would just go there on a meeting with people, or to a place where some community is aggregated, and you just deliver a speech and go home, this is one way to do it. And of course you can do it. And sometimes maybe even it works. However, it's very important to have a mechanism and give a political priority to include certain voice and to do something about that. And in my opinion, oftenly people, and many of my colleagues from Poland do that they assume, I don't know why, that things will just happen on their own. Just if you say something, that they will just work out somehow, magically. I used to, for the majority of my professional life, I used to work in business as a simple manager. And I think many people involved in politics, they should have this experience from business, whatever kind of organizations, because you need to have in mind that you need to create a mechanism to do something about that. It's not very complicated. Sometimes it requires just to tell people, hey guys, we need to have at least some result. It doesn't need to be super duper big, just something to show the people that you do, that they didn't waste their 3 or 4 hours in consultations. Just pick at least one thing, but a visible thing, to show that we delivered it.
Could you be quite specific about it? Just one example.
From last week, one example. It's not from the renovation, but we had a huge social conflict with one of the spatial development plans. People wanted us to abandon it because it's an industrial plan, and as a part of the plan, we're cutting out some trees. And in Poland, the legislation is quite ridiculous sometimes, because some of the spatial regulations are from the communist times. I'll not go into details and not bore you to death. But sometimes you're a prisoner of the, let's say, legal infrastructure. But you can take risks of going to the court. And even though economically it was better for me just to accept the plan. But I said, hey guys, I know that we would gain more with selling the land, but we need to show the people that we care. And we included more green areas in the plan, contrary to the law obligations. And I'm going to administrative court to that. But I did it deliberately. Plus, I like when tense situations. It's my emotional fraction. I don't know. I like when things are where there is a lot of high level of emotional disequilibrium. So I took the risk. I took the risk deliberately, and we just showed a big group of people that we are even able and eligible to go to a court fight to show something. And it was a very simple thing. Just include 60 instead of 40% of green areas in the spatial development plan. So it does not always require McKinsey-style, very complicated solutions. Just simple thing.
Yeah, the more McKinsey you have, the less people understand, perhaps. So, now,
I agree at that.
To my right?
Even though I respect McKinsey.
Oh, good. Important disclaimer, huh?
Yes, I totally second what Adam said. I mean, people need to feel they are part of the solution, and that somehow they belong to a project, and it's really, really important, this sense of belonging. I mean, we have some psychologists in the room, I suppose, and that really, really is a huge motivator. And protecting the community, making it more resilient to climate change, making sure that people can age well, making sure that their voice are really part of this bigger trend also to avoid renovation, to help the lady in the first floor to live a better life and to end her life better in her home, in the home she always knew. It's really something that matters incredibly, and at the same time there are some ways that we can think of that have been experimented in other continents somehow. There is, maybe some of you have heard of theater as a way to engage populations, like having community theater present different options. So they would deliver a play, and then at the end, they're in the middle of the play, you can choose one direction or the other. In one direction, you show a positive outcome, and the other one, you show a negative outcome. Usually, you start with the negative, and then you go back to the positive. But after discussion, it's something that has proven very useful to engage broader population, for instance, within the health sector. So what I want to say is that yes, many solutions already exist. I mean, bringing coffee to those kind of meetings is something that helps because everybody loves a coffee and croissant and everything. So maybe trying to partner with the local bakeries and hipster coffees, that would be very nice. And also, I think we need more George Clooney. I mean, like George Clooney who brings coffee. It's a great way to say, okay, your home is going to be great,
Finding a local George Clooney is perhaps Anna.
Oh, okay, it's on. So I think that there is, first of all, we have to recognize that there is a general lack of public understanding of what the energy transition means on a daily lives of people. And we need to start from there and from the very base educational level of people to let them understand what it can mean for their daily lives. A socio-pedagogical approach was brought forward in Munich, where there is a one-stop shop as well. And they basically try to educate citizens to energy transition, but they wouldn't understand with the technical language. So at the end, they try to use an easy and plain to understandable language to educate them. And that it worked. But also I have to mention the climate assemblies in Bologna. They are a deliberative process through which citizens from different group of population are engaged. They are brought together and they have, of course, like a workshop session where they are educated to the topic, but there is also the deliberative process where they vote for things to change in their cities, also about green spaces, for instance. And attached to that, there is this other initiative called Laboratori di Quartiere. So in 6 neighborhoods in the outskirts of the city, deputy mayors, so politicians, officials from the local governments go to citizens and understand what is lacking in the neighborhood, what they can do to change, to alleviate energy poverty as well, and to implement green spaces in a good way. So I think those are my practice.
Perfect. Thank you, Anna. Imagine we have, I shall definitely provide some time for your questions, don't worry. Imagine we have right tools, but what essentially motivates people to engage in renovation? So I need really like short responses. Could you switch off that microphone now? No, that one. Okay. So starting from you, Agla, motivation.
Okay, motivation. Let's say if energy prices are rising, of course it motivates. If residents are facing some accidents due to really bad technical condition of building. Of course, it motivates. But I would like to come back a little bit to George Clooney and about politicians and about that topic. I think all great solutions are different depending on the local situation. For example, if society doesn't trust politicians, so their voices, they don't care. They would say, you want from me something, you want money, you want to rob me. I think now we are thinking in Vilnius. We try to think about local George Clooney's, about local leaders, and because all buildings, all neighborhoods have local leaders, and we try to gather them. We try to create a community of local leaders, and we try to educate them that they would bring message to their communities. Because in Lithuania, we need to vote on renovation. The flats are privately owned, so we need 50 plus 1% of votes. And the problem what we are facing in the large city, Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania, and we have more than 500,000 inhabitants, and it's different to compare to smaller cities. Yes, so the theater thing will not work in Vilnius. In small village, yes, but in Vilnius, no. We have a lot of tenants, so we don't. So the biggest problem is that we don't receive any voice. We are happy when we, of course, when we receive agreement, the majority of agreement, or even we are happy then we have strong no. But when we have the majority of neutral voices, then they don't come even to the voting. So it's the worst part of that. So yeah, the idea that it's different solutions for different places.
Good, thank you, Agle. Well, it leads me to a thought that essentially what we are doing is that we are potentially giving up of having very conscious and very caring about their home's population, and we don't so much educate them using a content. We go mostly for infotainment type of activities now. Is it like that's how we substitute the essence of the information? We essentially try to bring George's Clooney's of local or global level to somehow influence, but we still keep the citizens in dark. They probably I'm exaggerating, huh? Adam, would you say that you honestly tell the people of Woods that essentially you cannot potentially rationally get them stand for the renovation? So I don't know, you pick low-hanging fruits, or what's your attitude towards that? Yeah? Do we need like this dancing stars to, or shall we engage more in like deep education stuff?
I have no idea how to answer to that. It's a combination. First of all, you start with the need to local George Clooney's, and you concluded your question with the depth of the public debate. To be fully honest, I don't have an answer to that that will cover everything. In my opinion, especially in the field that's the core subject of today's discussion, the deepening of this discussion, at least with the main interessaries, which are citizens, in my opinion, it's not the proper solution. In my opinion, the proper solution is simplification, lower formalization, and education in a very digestible way. There is a city, unfortunately it's not my city in Poland, but who was most successful in implementing programs regarding clean air and good thermal modernization. It's the city of Wodzisław Śląski and Rybnik, which were the worst cities in terms of air quality in Europe and among top worldwide. And many people were asking, and even I was asking the mayor, who is privately my friend, man, how have you done that? And we really expected some sophisticated graphs, very deep strategies. He said, listen, Adam, I just put a political priority to that. I gathered a group of people from my administration. I told them, your job is to lead people by the hand, what they are supposed to do to benefit from the programs. In Poland, this program, it's subsidized by the EU, but it's called Czyste Powietrze, so clean air. And he diagnosed it through social dialogue. The people, most of the people who are in industrial areas, we have a different social structure in Brussels or London. A lot of people who are elderly, a lot of people who have issues with functioning in the digitalized world. So if you gave them 100 pages manual how to use the Clean Air program, I'm a lawyer, and I had an issue when I wanted to use this program as a citizen. Because with so many pages, and when you look at the people who usually live in the areas where they have energy ineffective buildings, in which the average age in such areas is above 60, people who brutally suffered the economic and political transformation of the 90s, and if I, a relatively young guy who has a law degree, cannot go through all those pages, what about a lady in her 70s? So the Mayor Piotr, that's his name, he just put a relatively big group of people from his administration to do the job for the people. Even though there was no clear legal infrastructure like in France or in Ireland, he just did it, let's say, informally. He just said, just take the people and guide them by their hands, otherwise we'll choke in our city. And he was very successful in it. So in my opinion, making it more, I hate this word, but consumer-centric, deformalization and simplification of the process. The depth of the solution, depth of the debate, the further technicization of it, and deepening the role of bureaucracy, in my opinion, is something that we should do totally the opposite.
Oh, okay, good. I take that as an important answer, and definitely someone from the audience who can now, from a memory, repeat the names of those two Polish cities is about to get a prize. Huh? It does not, you are not supposed to participate in this if you are a Polish citizen or a Polish native language. But thank you for this important advice. What would be the price? A rail ticket to Woods? Come in, please, Marine and Anne.
Yes, I think now we are touching two very, very important points. The first being political courage. It takes courage from politicians to say, okay, we're going to handle this situation. We're going to see this situation and we're going to handle it, and we're going to do it in a way that is socially fair, that will avoid our city from becoming Disneyland. Because there is a huge trend for European cities to become Disneylands, where city centers are renovated in a way that make, let's say, poor or lower income communities flew to the banlieue, the suburbs, or places that are not actually welcoming, where they don't have their the links, they may the social connections they may have. So it really takes political courage also to say, we want money, but we don't want it only for this year, but for the many years to come, for this kind of scheme to happen. Because why courage? Because you may create a lot of discontent, and you may not be re-elected in the years to come if you are too courageous. That's a reality. The second is, of course, that like lower income communities, marginalized communities, underrepresented communities, by definition, they are not visible on the political spectrum, and so they become increasingly easy to avoid. Not only they are hard to reach, but they are also very easy to avoid. So it also takes a lot of political courage to say, okay, I want to have those people heard. I want to engage those people and hear what they have to say. maybe renovation is not like the target idea or the target avenue. Maybe what they want to hear is, how can I make sure I have a job? How can I make sure I reach my place of work? Because maybe it's on the opposite part of the city. I mean, very often lower-income people, they don't even own their cars, so they are dependent on public transport. So it may take ages. So maybe the way you will manage to reach them is to say, okay, not only we are going to renovate your neighborhood, but we are also going to provide like good public transportation, because it's really like a comprehensive solution. And it's about good planning, but that takes a lot of political courage.
Yeah, I will just pursue what she was saying, because I think that what we need is an holistic approach, a comprehensive approach in terms of involving all the layers of our society. So, of course, citizens, but I was mentioning before the third sector, as well as private businesses, and of course, all the level of governments. And that, for instance, was the case for this project called Smarter Together, which was also an Horizon project funded by the EU in Vienna for a neighborhood called Simmering. In this neighborhood, you have a socially mixed population as well, so it was very difficult to reach out to all levels of population. But at the end, what it worked was, for instance, this energy-saving cafe. So basically, they were reaching out to the population, hosting these informal meetings with citizens. And then, of course, also children and young people were involved in this process, so they could be educated and pass on the information to their family. I think that was also an example that I wanted to mention. But on the other side, to be from another perspective, I must say that citizens can also be engaged and be employed in the one-stop shop and resource centers. For instance, job seekers, people in needs, not in education, employment, or training. Those people might be the one becoming energy advisors, energy coaches, as well as equipment installers. Because, of course, we have to consider that this lack of green skills, and, for instance, those people are the one municipality are referring to now to be employed and to take on this job.
Thank you, dear panelists. We have approximately 10 minutes for your questions, dear audience. I see, okay, let's limit it to 3, okay? First, then second and third. Yeah, so we start from you.
Thank you. Is this working? All right. I'm Caroline. I'm head of communications at BPIE. I have maybe a bit of a reflection, a comment, followed by a question. I was thinking, I take the metro or public transport to come to work often, and I walk a lot. I see lots of posters all the time. We talked about George Clooney. It's not just George Clooney. I think the perfume industry is a really, like the luxury goods are really something to consider. And I was in the metro and I saw a poster recently for nuclear energy, something super vague, but a very sexy looking poster. And I was thinking, if I didn't know anything about this, if I was a citizen passing in the street, I might think, oh, maybe nuclear is the way to go. Oh, it's a good part of the energy transition. You know, this is great, clean energy, etc. I think that we're underestimating I see, if you look at big companies, they are putting such massive resources into sales. And I'm sure that we've all been influenced by posters, by things we just see regularly. I think that we all know that marketing, for it to work, needs to be consistent. You need to see it in many different forms, ways, shapes, and forms. You start thinking, oh, I want that perfume. I don't even know what it smells like. Like, I don't even know, but I see a vague idea and I want it. And I was thinking recently about, the question about how do you make people want renovation, especially energy poor, who are probably used to being cold and don't really even consider doing it. You can maybe make a nice advertisement for, a renovation, but people will see it and be like, well, that's not for me, that's for other people. So you have to, I think, first put consistent messages in people's heads that renovation is great and renovation is for everyone. A comfortable house is for everyone. And I think that that message we need to be creative. We can be very exciting with it, but I think that needs to be a basis. And I think that in addition to, targeted programs, we need to really take inspiration from, we need to be aggressive with sales in a way. We need to try to sell energy efficiency like Tesla is selling cars, or like we see everything else, like the nuclear company. I know we don't have that kind of budget, but I was thinking about what now, because this brings me to the question. This is what's needed. And I was thinking about what Maureen said about, user personas, having really targeted messages. I fully agree. But say if you have a renovation program now, and now this is my concrete question. A municipality has a renovation program. They want people to start using it. They want people to be engaged. The municipality, they don't have really sales capacity. They're not a business. Who's doing the user persona exercise? Who is actually the creative brains behind selling the renovation? And I've dealt with difficulties in my own commune in Brussels. So I'm wondering, for those who have the experience working with municipalities and cities, what's the capacity? How can this happen? Is it happening? Maybe there's secrets that I don't know about, but I'd be really interested to know how can we link these two things together?
Thank you. That's quite a question, huh? Yeah. Switch off your microphone, please. Now we go to my right, and then the third question we collect is from a gentleman from the back. You are the next. Yeah. Yeah.
I was daydreaming a bit. That's something you should never do at a conference. So I have a question, a more practical one to Egle. I was actually quite impressed by the numbers, so going from 10 to 200. And I wanted to ask whether, because I think, you also mentioned that you try to go for local heroes, which I think is a very hard to define category. So I was wondering whether actually you're being a city level one-stop shop. So housing managers or cooperative managers do go into your offices, or do you give them a call and go there? So how do you actually engage the buildings? So who do you contact? How do you engage them, and who do you contact in the buildings? That's it. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Pretty practical question, right? And that would be our last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You don't have to stand, please, because we don't
I
see you on
the so-called audience, the citizens. That's
no, please. You should sit, because
I'm 17 years here, and I'm standing always. Okay, thank you. So I'm very glad that I hear the American culture passed very well to us, the Europeans, with Clooney and Tesla and all this industrial American machinery. But we don't hear anything about the European way, which we hope the eco-waves movement are going to present it sooner or later. So together with the Commission, we established in 2019 the energy communities, which is on the legislative point of view. It's called the Clean Energy for All Europeans package, where you can find a lot of assistance and finance in order to build in every city in Europe energy communities. And through the assemblies which we institute all around Europe, in every neighborhood, we can achieve what you are working on in not an oligarchic and American way, but in a traditional European ancient way. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we now have 3 questions. Some of them are directed to certain people, but I would open the floor simply for all 4 of you to reflect on this. And with that, we close. So if you could try to be brief, 1 minute, 2 minutes for an answer, and also for your final remarks, then we are probably not too late for lunch.
Okay, so I agree that we need proper investment to marketing and communication, but we don't have that money as we wish to have in Lithuania, in Vilnius, I don't know, maybe in Europe. So we invested in communication by face-to-face meeting. So answering to your question, we have a good relationship with building administrators. So before going to the building, to the meeting, organizing meeting, we just, agree that we will go there and we will explain the possibility of renovation. That's all. And why administrators of buildings are not so engaged in renovation process, because there's no business. There's no business case. I mean, in Lithuania, there's no business. There's too small amount for administrating the renovation process that they don't do that, and it's too complicated. It changes too often. The rules, I mean, the legislation, and nobody wants to deal with that. So you do it for them.
Who's next?
Okay, so indeed I was the one to introduce the marketing concepts, but I'm not sure they actually work for people who are in deep energy poverty, because many of them, as you already mentioned, Caroline, they don't really believe that anything is for them. And worst of all, they don't believe in Santa. They don't believe that they would be able to get money for free or anything for free at all. They know everything has a cost. So they need particular avenue. They need people, their trust. They need people in their communities. And there are some projects I have in mind, like one in Barcelona and one in the north of France in Compiègne, where basically there are some really very tight partnership between local NGOs that help find the people who are energy poor, and let's say the organization that can craft the renovation project, because it's a project, it's a live project. You have your house renovated, and you need a lot of trust. Sometimes you will feel discouraged, because when we talk about deep renovation, when you talk about really big project, and I'm talking about really soil on the ground and really nothing, not even pavement and places like that, you need somebody who will take care of you, morally speaking, because the psychological burden is high. And when you know that it's going to take maybe 3 years for your project to be completed, and maybe for 6 months you're going to be away, you really, really need a lot of support. So yes, marketing can work, and I'm all in for making sure that there are campaigns that widely reach people. And please don't leave the European Commission do that, because otherwise we will end up with the kind of communication like you are EU. I mean, this is terrible. Everybody has seen that, and I'm not sure it's going to help. But yes, there are many leverage that we could have. There are many ways we could be more creative. It's just that there is no one size fits all, really.
If I may, Marine, could you also explain that how the marketing campaign could work using the European way of life as an example, and not an American way of life, and also in a sense of a wider European strategic autonomy?
That's a very tough question. Okay, how long do we have? How much time? Yeah, I mean, I think everything is very, very cultural. It's about understanding the context, understanding what is at stake, and then you can really tailor to the needs. And that's where you really need to understand what people are, what people want, where do they want that. I think one of the totally overlooked topic in Europe is the fact that we are an aging population, and that when we decide to go for energy renovation, we actually go for some ways to make sure that our dwellings are more resilient to our population's aging and to climate change as well. So it's about taking all that into perspective as well, but it's about resilience.
Yeah, I will go. So yeah, I agree that everything also depends on the cultural fabric of a neighborhood or of a city or a rural areas. So there are different kind of situation. A marketing campaign could or could not work based on that as well. But I know that there is some capacity building in European cities to help and actually to arrive to people, especially in these net zero cities, which will have to achieve climate neutrality by 2030. There are communication campaigns for citizens to understand what it will mean for them. So there is something in place, but of course, cities need capacity building for that too.
Okay. So Adam, you are the last, so you have a privilege to close this panel essentially by providing your thoughts and your responses to all three questions, please.
Let me start off with the gentleman who was standing. I'm a simple Polish bureaucrat, born and raised in Germany, but Polish. However, I spent a couple of years in the United States, and I would never exchange our European way of life for the American one. I think Europe is by far the best place to live on earth. However, to stay that way, I think in certain fields we could learn something from the Americans, and I'll come back to the question asked by the lady. I think that marketing, in terms of what was the essence and core of our today's discussion, is a fundament, and measured examples of success, like the success of Mr. Mayor Kuchera in Poland, who was from those two most polluted cities in Europe.
Give us the names, please.
Piotr Kuchera, the cities Wodzisław Śląski and Rybnik. Just remember Piotr Kuchera. It's a name that's really worth mentioning. I wish I was so successful in the programs like he was. He just put full focus on explaining people simplification and just leading them through those process of EU subsidized programs, which was really, really simple. But no one has done that before, and no one paid so much political priority to that. And I think you could say it was a marketing activity. He just explained properly to people, using language based on gains, why they should use those programs. And I think this is also very important, and I'll conclude with that. Especially in energy renovation, you cannot put the same measurements, and you cannot put in the same line a city like Łódź or a city like Plovdiv in Bulgaria or a city like Halle in Germany with Brussels, Paris, Lyon. We are in the Maslow's pyramid in a totally different phase. We cannot do copy-paste because our structural problems, our economic challenges, and the structure of both of the economy and of the city is totally different. And however, the challenges and the historic needs are pretty much the same. And I think that the proper explanation, developing a language of gains, what people will gain from it. Not that they just need to do it because this is the ecological need, but how will they benefit from it, especially in the underprivileged communities with economic challenges. Using a properly shaped language of gains, in my opinion, is one of the keys or one of the fundamentals of success, which also comes back to the point made by you, which is the proper marketing. But in a European way, I agree. This is the best way.
Okay, super. Thank you. Thank you, Adam. And, you know, it was such a privilege for me to have such inspirational speakers as you, dear colleagues, dear Egle, Adam, Anna, Marin. And let's close that panel and go for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So the lunch is provided is by the end of the Atrium 5, if you can hear me. Yes, thank you so much. Okay, and I give the floor to our moderator and panelists. This next part will be talking about the EU regulations and the realities on the ground. So should be very interesting. So Oliver, I give the floor to you.
Just to find the right button. Wonderful, I found it. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us to this first session of the afternoon. What we're going to discuss is, well, how to describe it best is how to bridge the reality about which we heard a lot in the morning already, the reality of delivering renovation projects, in particular in energy poor communities, with the sometimes maybe not so direct and real reality of policy making in Brussels. And why am I saying that? I think the challenge for anybody working in Brussels, and that includes me, I'm speaking here from own experience, is to make sure that whatever we discuss and debate and agree in Brussels is not totally disconnected from what's happening on the member states. And therefore, I think a conference like we have here today, where we bring people who deliver renovations in often challenging environments to Brussels, to talk with Brussels policymakers and to really have an exchange, generate ideas, what could be done better, is very, very important. Because that's what the EU is all about. It's about collaborating with citizens. It's about collaborating with regions and creating a better life for all of European citizens. And therefore, I'm very happy that I have such a distinguished panel here this afternoon of people who are experienced in the member states, in delivering and engaging networks in the member states, and in defining and proposing policies here on the Brussels level. To start introducing the panel, I'd like to start with Stefan Moser, who is head of the unit in DG Energy and who has been probably one of the busiest men in 2023 with making sure that the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive is crossing the finishing line, which was achieved in late December, while we're still obviously waiting for the final approval from the Parliament and the Council. But the text as such has been agreed and is even available on the website, I understand. And so that can be a starting point for the debate. But importantly, this debate should not happen without the experiences from one of the project partners, Eva from Budapest, who will talk about the challenges of the project in general and the challenges in your country. And we have a second Eva joining us this afternoon, who is active in the Climate Action Network Europe and is coordinating many, many NGOs on the ground in many member states. We'll come to that in a moment. What I'd like to do is to ask you, Stefan, first, now that we have a new EPBD agreed, not entered into force yet, but the text is there, as I said before, what do you think will it do differently to address energy poverty and renovation, efficient energy renovation to fight energy poverty in the member states? Do you see anything new? Has anything been added to what we had before, or is it all the same?
Thanks a lot, Oliver. Good afternoon to all of you. I'm very happy to be here. So the new EPBD strengthens the current framework. So the current EPBD is a very good basis. We need to implement it and continue implementing it. But on top of that, there's a reinforcement in many ways in terms of vision, what we're aiming for, 2050, decarbonized building stock, zero-emission buildings, minimum energy performance standards for non-residential buildings, but also as one of the tools for the residential building stock for member states, and a very strong focus on support. That's a focus area of the new EPBD, much more than so far, requiring member states to think it through, but also bringing together efforts at EU level, at the member state level, and from the private sector to think about the social aspects, focusing on worst performing buildings, vulnerable communities, and bringing in, through the establishment of comprehensive national building renovation plans based on extensive consultations with all stakeholders, with citizens, also at the local level, a reference framework, developing together a reference framework, what needs to be achieved and how to overcome the barriers, how to bring in support, thinking also with a specific reference also to renovation, so avoiding that there would be any citizens being the victims, basically, by being evicted from buildings renovated. That would be contrary to any objective, any sense of purpose of the directive, to have renovations of worst performing buildings, but then have as victims of that the citizens living in those buildings. So that needs to be brought together, social policy and renovation policy, climate policy, energy security policy, getting out of fossil fuels, with a mind on the social implications, really, and on the feasibility on the ground, by providing the tools, advice, technical advice, and financing support. And that is applicable in all circumstances, be it in kind of rental scenarios, where there would be tenants or owner-occupiers who have limited means. And I think there will be a specific focus reinforced in the new EPBD on that. So how to build the communities bottom up, together, inclusive approaches at the local level, in particular in the vulnerable communities.
Thank you. Eva, you're a senior researcher in the Metropolitan Research Institute since many years. You have not only collaborated in the ComAct project, but also in many other projects. From your experience, would you say that this European policy framework is really helpful, is really penetrating to your situation, and is really supporting you in delivering renovation projects, or is it more happening on the margins and not that relevant, and you have other factors which influence you much more?
Honestly saying, the current version, at least the version I know from the EPBD and all the other directives that are around, I think we reached that point that they really create a kind of coherent set of documents. So from social point of view, from energy point of view, from community point of view, from many points of view. I think this was really a major kind of achievement from the Commission, that this holistic approach, this kind of complexity of the problem was very much acknowledged. And I think it is really a big achievement. And I think there might be some details which we can probably discuss, but in general, I think the guidelines and also what you have mentioned, the financial means, the legal means, so everything which is put around this ecosystem, I think it points to the right direction. I think now, practically in this game, the crucial point are the national levels and the local levels. So I think practically the EU did the homework. Now the next step is how we implement it. And this is where we have many, many kind of factors that might hinder the process. And it really depends on the nation states, and it really depends on the localities. And this is where the European Union might have sometimes limited impact. I mean, how to reinforce it. But still, I think throughout probably even what you have mentioned, the renovation documents, strategies, the social climate fund strategy, and everything which is practically a strategy that should be developed and which is checked by the Commission, this might be one of the tools that can really, safeguard that what is just imagined on European level is more or less implemented on local level. Because I think it was very inspiring what you have mentioned, that you wanted to put together the energy policy, social policy, practically renovation policies in a complexity. But on the ground, it doesn't work in a complexity. So even I'm from Hungary, and I know that is not the best case, probably, or not a country that you can just put on the window and showing that how it goes very well. But when we were just speaking about how different, but I think it's a common issue, how different even ministries work together and how different departments work together. And what we have seen just from the Lithuanian subsidy scheme, that they have a major subsidy scheme, but the ones who have heating compensation, they have 100% subsidies, and this is built in one framework. When we would like to have such a framework in Hungary, I just have the experience that one of the ministries doesn't speak with the other ministry, and even if there will be some kind of compensation for energy poor people, this should be separated. And if something is separated which belongs together, then it's really a crucial problem, that how the complexity is really implemented on the ground. So this is the major message, that I think the ideas are very nice, and now you have to safeguard how it is implemented. And I wish you luck for this.
Thank you. Eva, you're working for Climate Action Network, which is an umbrella organization for how many NGOs all around Europe?
1,700.
1,700, okay. That's a very big force. What do your members tell you about implementing something like the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive? From a NGO, from an environmental pressure group perspective, what is needed to accelerate the implementation?
So indeed, I think it's a very good segue from what Eva was saying a few seconds ago. So for our members, indeed, for my members, the implementation phase is as important as the revision process per se, because it's where indeed they're coming to action. It's very, very important for environmental NGOs that also look into the social aspects of such a directive that indeed is so holistic, that has so many positive, indeed, impacts if it's well implemented at national level, that the major focus is indeed now to ensure that the local authorities are indeed enabled to really help and to really be close to the communities that need the energy renovations, the most. But of course, it's also a matter of, let's say, linking the various, level of governance. It's not only local; it's also regional, and then up to the national, and be, of course, consistent in how actions and policies are designed and then implemented. So the main messages that they come from the EU level now, because it has been a job, our job at EU level to really follow the revision process of the EPBD. Then now our members will mainstream at national level. I think the three main things for us that were very, very important throughout the revision process were, the first one was indeed ensuring that the minimum energy performance standards framework was indeed up to the challenges ahead, to ensure that it was an instrument that was focusing on the worst performing segment, especially on the residential sector. Improvements have been made in the Article 9 overall, with the focus on the 55%, energy savings coming from this segment, to fulfill certain targets by certain dates. But, coming from an environmental NGO perspective, we always wish to want more at the end of the day. But it was a very, I think it was a good step in the right direction. And beyond the minimum energy performance standards, which is one of the pieces of the puzzle, I would say, a lot of focus was actually put on financing, so the overall framework, so the financing and the technical assistance, in a way that both of these two elements were adequate, of course, enough, sufficient, but most importantly, actually inclusive and accessible for many different segments of the society, especially those that need it the most, so the most vulnerable people, households affected by energy poverty, and so on and so forth. And as part of this, this last piece made of two very important elements. One other important point was ensuring that certain social safeguards were actually embedded in the framework, and those could be different measures. It could actually be embedded in the same financial scheme supporting energy renovation, on advisory services supporting project development assistance, and so on and so forth. That would have been more inclusive, so earmarking even more funding for these families, and in the case for one-stop one-stop shop, for example, so technical advisory services and so on and so forth. We would have want, let's say, a more proactive role for a one-stop shop to really reach out to these communities. Hence, now back again, full circle. Very important is the point on making sure that the local level is very well trained to actually embark on this journey.
Okay. Before I pose a bit of a challenge to you, Stefan, I just wanted to say that in about 15 minutes, 10-15 minutes, I'd be happy to open the floor to questions from you, the audience. So if you have any questions, write them down now. In 10-15 minutes, we'll come to that. Stefan, it seems like all the right things have been put into the legal text. Technical assistance, you mentioned it, financing schemes, and so on and so forth. Eva said, good luck to implementing it. So obviously, from a member state perspective, there is some expectation to the European Commission to play a role in implementation as well, even though the transposition has to happen in the capitals into national laws. What will you, your team, the European Commission do to really make sure that it's effectively implemented? Do you have any new tools in your pocket, or what's going to happen?
It's a common endeavor, so it's an endeavor for the member states at all levels, so local, regional, and national level, but also, of course, the Commission in creating a common understanding what are the best policies or good policies at least which can make a difference. So for that we will have a number of exchanges across the member state, experts, but also stakeholders. To develop guidance, also a few delegated acts, for instance, on the voluntary use of private funding for renovations. Very important, because public sources will not be sufficient alone. We will have to boost significantly private sources, of which there are enough volumes overall, but this has to be organized, has to be offered by the market. In an acceptable framework, also for the private institutions, and also to see how the public funding at EU level can be put to the best possible use from the Social Climate Fund, for instance, the structural funds, also the further funding from the Recovery and Resilience funds. So to really see that the best use is put to these sources of financing which are available, and in the future, of course, to try to develop also a high added value MFF, multi-annual financial framework for the EU, and work collaboratively with member states on implementing that. So guidance, funding, discussions with stakeholders, but also in particular encouraging member states to dedicate real attention and invest in developing the national reference framework, having consultations with the NGOs, with the citizens, having cities, the municipal level in the driving seat. So we will actually make sure that in the implementation efforts and encourage member states to do it thoroughly. So not just to have a kind of high-level strategy document and that's it, but dedicate particular attention to consultation at local level, neighborhood approaches, district approaches, link building renovations with urban development, city plans, making the link also to mobility, and simply how to bring a city forward, how to address the most challenging and most vulnerable neighborhoods in a city where you often have the biggest improvement potential, also from a buildings policy point of view, in terms of worst performing buildings, creating synergies between social policy, inclusiveness, having more satisfaction basically among citizens in the city, but also then the climate and energy improvements which can be done. And that, of course, should not be done overnight in one go, but we have to calibrate the efforts over the next few decades. And I say decades because in principle we have time until 2050, but we have to get it on track and create a kind of predictable, stable, continuous pathway of efforts, of investments, into the capacity of the renovation sector, but also the delivery and understanding of the public authorities at local, regional, national level, what needs to be done, in companies having to invest in building up skills over the years and not to overburden in particular at a given moment, but see what can be done at what moment to get there over time. And I think that's a very important message, because we have seen in the negotiations the biggest concern was we are overwhelmed. In principle, we agree, but we don't want to be overwhelmed. Citizens think that they will now have to basically get out of their house. They can't afford it. And get afraid, and everyone gets scared, and this is exactly what we need to avoid and can actually tackle with a kind of comprehensive but also gradual approach. Yeah? So deep renovations, yes, but deep renovations can be carried out in stages. Having plans in place for individual buildings or neighborhoods, what to do at what moment over the years. And that I think is very important, that we don't have to make a big jump in one go within a few years. And after that, we are so exhausted that we can't do anything anymore and actually simply want to run away from it. But really see that as a positive challenge, a positive actually investment in society, in our livelihoods, and make it happen over the next 2.5 decades, really. It's for a whole generation, this task. Yeah? And then, of course, history will never stop. Even then, there will be further improvements. But to have the big endeavor of to a very large degree, or even fully decarbonize the existing building stock and make it a better, simply place for people to live. Yeah, so the buildings in which they are.
Can I just ask you a very short follow-up question, and with a request for a brief answer? In the session before the lunch break, we heard how important it is to bring people on board, people living in the apartment blocks which are being renovated, to have innovative approaches to convince people that the renovation is beneficial for them. Does the European Union plan to put additional means into citizen engagement? I mean, it's nice to have it in the text and ask member states to do it, but will there be additional means, additional platforms, anything which really supports the member states to engaging citizens more?
There's, for instance, a very important pilot project financed by the European Parliament on citizens-led renovations. So how to develop basically blueprints, good experiences, good practices, which can be deployed more broadly. But basically, what we so there we are of course ready to invest in developing good approaches and exchanging experience across the borders. But in the end, it requires ownership at local level. It requires ownership by local politicians, urban development people from the city, going around, talking to the citizens in neighborhoods, developing together a plan, ideas, even options. There can be different views. What to do at what time, how to address, and what to do actually about certain parts of the city, together with mobility, urban heat planning, for instance, district heating. So there needs to be clarity and approach, and that ownership needs to be there, and that cannot be replaced by action from Brussels. It requires the willingness. If there's willingness, we can support. If there's no willingness, we cannot replace that by action from Brussels. We can, of course, encourage and push member states even to take that seriously, but in the end it's not even something for the national government alone. They need also engagement from the local level, from city and village politicians, basically, from the mayor and the councillors, to go out and talk. And for that we sometimes need also facilitators, which don't have to be necessarily directly organized by the cities, but can be encouraged, and facilitators talking to people in a certain neighborhood, trying to bring together the options, developing common understanding what needs to be done, and that at least should be promoted by the city. Yeah? So without the city, I think it will not work. Yeah? So.
Okay. Thank you very much. Eva, with all that in mind, would it be that easy? I mean, based on your many years of experience in implementing these projects, will it be that easy, or do you think there is really something missing? Is there something else you would like to see? What would enable you to do your job much better and to scale up the number of these renovations which are happening at the moment?
In our nice policy document, which is a kind of summary document of ComAct project, we try to summarize the concept of energy poor buildings and practically the ecosystem which can create the uptake or can increase the uptake of the renovation processes. And I think we defined two major preconditions that should be there. One of them is the market works properly. So, and there are that practically all the market signs are there. Because the market, and I think you also mentioned that there will be not public money forever, and that it's not enough. So practically the market has a very fair share in financing and organizing the renovation processes. And I think in many countries, in many member states, this market is distorted. So the first thing is, what about the pricing? What about the legal background? Even if how the homeowners association can work, whether they can enter into contracts, whether they can get loans, and these very specific things. And whether the legislation is always changing. So there are, the ESCOs are, I mean, they are just stepping behind the residential sector because it's very complicated and everything is changing, and it's just, so some kind of stability in the market would be very nice. And the second thing is a major and mainstream subsidy scheme, which might be partially based on European funds, so Cohesion Fund and RF and all the funds that, and even EIB. And these kind of subsidy schemes should have some basic prerequisites that should be met on national level. It should have a grant component, it should have a loan component, it should handle somehow energy poverty, of course, so it should be sensitive to energy poor people. And there are some other things that should be set in these cases. So if these two preconditions are set, this is a kind of starting point. And under these circumstances, I think the next step, and this is also partly in the legislations, that we have to start planning, making roadmaps, and this is also in EPBD in many cases. So roadmaps on building levels, roadmaps on localities, so on municipal levels, and roadmaps on national level. And of course, you have mentioned the renovation, the renovation strategy. Because it was very interesting when we work with communities and work with municipalities, and we have seen what the trade-offs are. So when you have mentioned that deep renovation we will not reach in one step, there is a sequence which is needed. But this sequence is very different, building by building. We entered working with the buildings thinking that there is, these are standardized buildings and everyone has to do the same. No way. Even if there are industrialized buildings, they are very different. And if you go to the traditional buildings, I mean, each piece is very different. So it should be very much tailor-made. And then this is also something that we did a lot. Energy efficiency first, it's a very nice idea, it's very important, but practically structure should come first. You cannot put a PV panel on a leaking and collapsing roof, and there are water leakages and everything, which if you don't fix, I mean, no one would like to speak about insulation when it's about moisture everywhere. And it's the same money that you can use for different types of renovations. So when you are speaking about renovation roadmaps, you all have to take it into account. And for example, in Budapest, currently we are speaking about, let's say, a renovation roadmap for the city. And in this case, the city has to think about whether they would like to go into structural details, I mean, structural problems of the buildings, whether they should provide support. They don't have money, so it's not a fear, but if they would have money, whether they should support those buildings that have structural problems, or very many people who are energy poor, or they should go for the lower hanging fruits because they have, energy targets. And in order to reach them, probably they should go for those buildings that don't have very big structural problems and have a relatively better of people who can take a 30% subsidy, and there are renovation loans available for condominiums. This might be a strategy. So something that even localities should follow and create for themselves.
Thank you. Eva, do you see your colleagues in the member states gearing up to increase that citizen engagement, to bring together the social aspects with the energy, climate aspects?
Indeed, that actually was the thing that was buzzing in my ear, like while I was listening to you guys in your interventions. Indeed, I mean, during the implementation phase, I think the role of the NGOs. So my members will be really vehicular, to also bring awareness to how, like, the multiple benefits of energy renovations and the fact that it has like a prominent social dimensions to it, which is not always like straightforward for people that do not necessarily work in the sector or really know about it a lot. So I think, and also like we also need to take into consideration that we are passing through like a ever like changing political atmosphere, meaning that we're going into European elections and we're having new institutions, so new priorities, new ways of doing policies, and so on and so forth. And this implementation of the EPBD falls within this very important phase. So I think a big role for us, so for us meaning me being a vessel of our members, of my members, it's really to make sure that we create a good narrative around like the importance of really making sure that the EPBD is well implemented and implemented in the most ambitious and inclusive way. So indeed, I see a big role for my members in a way that they really can connect the dots and ensuring that energy renovation and the way policies are, designed at national level and implemented is very democratic, like mostly democratic. So yeah, it will be very challenging times for them as well, because it's not always easy in plenty of member states beyond, the sea region. Also, I come from Italy, so you can kind of understand. It's a topic that it has become very contentious at times, but we are ready to go through this very important moment.
Thank you. I said earlier I'd be happy to have questions from the audience. Hannah, please.
Thank you. I would have one. I loved really the panel and the debate. I would have one question for Stefan Moser, and it's most of an idea. So you have this wonderful new EPBD almost in power by now. But as it was very interesting listening to you about its complexity, and then it really requires a very qualified staff on a local level. And this is what actually got me thinking. So this it's very obvious on national level, when the cases are good and there's not much corruption, then you probably have a decent level of knowledge at the ministry or in the big cities. But you will also need the engagement of middle-sized cities or even smaller ones or even villages. That of course the governance structure is very different from country to country, but you must have had something in your mind when you were thinking about who would be the partners in the implementation. And are you concerned that there is actually this lack of, I wouldn't say education, because people can be educated, but however, there is this lack of very complex planning capacity that you are really thinking of, which if in case it's there, it's really wonderful, but it seems to be a very massive requisite, I think.
Thank you, Hannah. Indeed, the diagnosis for now is there's a lack of capacity. I think if we open up our eyes across the different municipalities, cities, big and small in Europe, even in the wealthier member states, there's currently, in my view, and as far as I've understood from many people, a lack of capacity in terms of simply how many people there are, even if extremely qualified, and also lack of knowledge, and therefore a need to invest. So if we just continued with the current capacities, we would not be able to achieve that. So that actually is even the task and the challenge now for the member states to identify how much would have to be invested also in municipal authority capacity to take actively forward these tasks which they have. They cannot just leave that to citizens without any guidance from the city. There needs to be, I would say, a strong reflection in urban development, in planning, urban planning, and guiding citizens actively together with them. So consensually, it can never go against the will of citizens, but together with them. But for that, you need discussions. You need people to talk to citizens and explaining, develop options, ask for opinions, and be able to digest all that. And that is currently certainly not enough. Yeah? So in many places, in some maybe yes. So that the challenge is now to spread and build up the knowledge. There are people in each member state who know that. they're not enough. But this is basically then the task to build up more people and spread that knowledge across the country. Yeah? So, and that will have to be done over the next years. So it's not something which can be done from one day to the next, but something which needs to be recognized and also underpinned by funding. It will cost money, but it's an investment in society because it will pay back. It will pay off. If we don't even invest initially in the capacity, both in public authorities, but also in companies, in installers at the local level, this will never happen, but the investment will pay off. It's something which needs to be put on a stable basis and a continuous basis, and that actually is then the main added value of the national plans, broken down also at the regional local level, to identify that and say, what do we do about that, and how do we provide funding even from the national governments to their respective municipalities, for instance. And of course, there are various ways of addressing that. One, in the bigger cities, you can have your own staff. You simply recruit a few people, train them, and that's fine. But it will not be possible for very small municipalities. There can be service centers. You can have a kind of regional organization which services 100 smaller municipalities, and people travel around, for instance, or have a kind of advisory center and go from place to place. So this can all be organized to have it efficiently, basically put in place, yeah, and of course with the lowest possible costs, because it's clear that money is always scarce, yeah, and people are scarce who can do that. But that, I think, is the task of this serious planning which needs to take place. Yeah? So.
Thank you. Please, yes. And could you please introduce yourself again?
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Emilia Motoaska and I work for Daikin, a company producing heat pumps. I was just wondering, you mentioned about the lack of qualified people to help the municipalities to start the renovations, but there is also a lack of qualified workforce to actually realize the renovations. So there is a connection between the policies and also the training of the workforce to do these renovations. Even if you have good plans in place, maybe you do not have the workforce, the local workforce, to do the renovations. Are there any actions related to this also to kind of, I don't know, to put these two groups together to think more about solutions, how to tackle both problems? Thank you.
Stefan, again, this question is for you.
Indeed, it's the corresponding challenge in the private sector, so installers, but also industrial production of the necessary appliances, goods for renovation devices. Yeah, so that is also basically now a task to establish what is actually the gap, and then to have on the one hand investment in capacity, production facilities, but also people, skills of people. So see how many people do we need, and then how do we attract them to the sector, which is actually outreach to young people, for instance, going to the schools, possibly attracting people from other sectors, and then develop the necessary curriculum, because many people will need to expand their skills or learn entirely from scratch when they're young people, just school leavers moving into the sector. The good thing is it's stable employment with all the necessary renovations which had to be carried out over, let's say, 2.5 decades. It's basically a whole career which you can have in that, without having to basically worry about a lack of demand, because if we want to really renovate to the extent and the depths needed, there will be so much work that this is a kind of crisis secure and stable employment in principle. So in principle very attractive, but it needs investments in curricula, in training, in offering the capacity also in the professional schools, and attracting the people by possibly having better working conditions, better salaries. That's, of course, to some extent for the private market to realize. That's a market economy also. But the demand will create also the supply in principle. So the signals need to be given stability, continuity, predictability of what is actually needed so that companies can invest. So that's absolutely crucial. The Commission will try to support that, of course, with policy strategies, but also expanding our exchange of good practices and trying to encourage member states also to think about the whole picture, which is avoiding contradictory policy signals, getting the prices also right, yeah? So to develop the right solutions, but then investing in capacities for training and clear signals to companies what will be needed more or less in terms of volumes. Yeah? So of course, we are not in a planning economy that you have a big plan and everyone just is ordered to do that. It's a reference framework and providing high quality information which is shared in principle as a kind of consensus, as a broader consensus, well founded on facts and figures, so that investments can be justified and will also pay off in the long term.
Thank you. Eva, you wanted to come in and comment on that question.
Just one sentence, because I think this is a very similar issue that was mentioned by Dragomir with regard to financing. So if there is a scheme which is sustainable and works on the long run, then the market reacts. So if the EPBD and all the legislations are taken seriously and there are the national plans, so everyone knows that this is the way forward for the next 25 years, then not now, but sooner or later, the market will react and will develop. So I think what is the very important part of it is to really consider it as a kind of strong framework. And I think it really became a stronger framework than it was before. So it will generate the market.
Thank you. Next, sorry.
It's just fitting that. Just one very short thing. I don't agree.
You have to put your microphone on, please.
I think it's a mistake to call this a free market for housing. The information asymmetry between the owner and the companies that do the work is too great, number one. So I'd say we are a hybrid market. I think, yes, there's place for true free market, but at the moment, both because of the catchment areas, it's a very local business. So whoever's most powerful in that business, in that area, is going to be in charge. And I think here our NGO, and also in Hungary, can speak to that, anybody in this room. So I think it's really, we really mustn't fool ourselves in thinking that it's a free market. That's really it.
Okay, thank you for that
Coming
contribution.
from an American.
Good, thank you for that contribution. We had one more question, which will also have to be the final question of this panel.
Okay, just Besim Nebiu from Habitat for Humanity International. I do agree that free, predictable, capable sector and system are necessary, and and policy. And I think part of the problem was the unpredictability of policy. It creates distortions. It creates also problems between in supply and in demand. And especially when there is a surplus of money splashed in the market, which usually comes from, sort of government sources, it creates that distortion. But my point is, and that has happened in the past. My question is, where do you draw the line in terms of the point where, using funding to subsidize renovation causes more harm than good to the market, and to building that predictable, stable case, or both for businesses but also for commercial lenders, for the private sector. And we know, I won't name any, but we know we have all lived through situations where that has happened in the past. I'm not talking about the past, about the future. How do we make sure it doesn't happen?
I think indeed that's a very important point. The absorption capacity is the thing to look at. How much can be absorbed by the collective stakeholders, the actors in the renovation market. If more money is provided than actually the market or the actors can absorb, it's a hayfire. It creates just inflation, and money is being wasted. Especially harm would then be increased further if the money runs out at a certain point, it just drops to zero, and then there's a stop and go policy, basically. So that's why we need continuity. So basically making sure that the money is provided to the extent that the actors can absorb it and have stability, continuity over time. Yeah? So very predictable pathways, basically. And that, I think, will be the benchmark consideration for the member states to try to design their national support, but also from the European level, when money comes to the member states, is put together with public funding from the national sources, but also private money to consider that very well. Yeah? So what is the useful? What are the useful tools? What is the useful sizing of the different instruments? So that and that basically the capacities of absorption and the financing goes together in one consideration. That and especially avoiding stop and go policies. That's extremely important.
Thank you very much. Final comment from your side, Eva, before I give you, Eva, the microphone again.
Okay, with my final words, I would like to strengthen what you have mentioned. It's the continuity, stability, and predictability, because I think the market can absorb all the money. I mean, this is where profit comes from. So this is what also happened in Hungary. 60% subsidy. Sometimes it appears, and the business is just taken away, and the prices went up for the renovation. After there was no renovation subsidy. Afterwards, the prices went down. So they were just jumping. So businesses can easily absorb everything. So predictability is probably the key. And we also have experienced that a lower subsidy, which is predictable, has a much better impact both on the market, but also on the final beneficiaries than higher subsidies and non-predictable, volatile subsidy schemes. So I think this framework, which is large scale and predictable and stable, this is the key. And then even if we don't have a very free market, at least it goes to that direction.
Thank you very much. Final question to you, Eva. What can Europe do to deliver that implementation? What does it expect from, well, both the member states, but also the European Commission?
So different elements, but I think they intersect only, in one specifically, which is like keeping, the dialogue open, of course, with all the social actor and environmental actor at different level of governance, especially the local ones. So I'm coming back on the same things I'm saying before, just because it's very, very important for us. So I think also within the context of the EPBD, we were very happy to see that, for example, there are like consultation processes for national building renovation plans where, of course, NGOs and civil society organization can be part of, which is a very good thing for us, because indeed it's a moment where national members can really take part to the design of policies and program and measures that will indeed deliver the decarbonization goal of the building sector at the building stock at national level. So this is one big wish, that this thing really keeps on going forward, and then it's maintained, and especially at national level it's well implemented, and ensuring that indeed it's not only like post the drafting process is done, but also something that can come actually ex ante. So we indeed our members can really follow the process from A to Z and ensure that all variable and dimensions are taken well into account. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Well, it's impossible to conclude here on a topic which I think we could discuss much longer. What I find very encouraging is that the European Commission, you, Stefan, you said it, you want to foster more exchange than we had so far, because I think that learning from each other is absolutely important, but that you will also really work very closely with the member states in implementing the EPBD, and that we have the great partners on the member states level. So it looks like we can have a success story if we meet again in 4 or 5 years, that the renovation wave will really have been launched in Europe. But I guess it means we all need to roll up our sleeves. And with that, I would like to wish you a good coffee break. Maybe we start rolling up our sleeves in the coffee break and make a few conversations about how we can increase our collaboration. And in about half an hour, at 4 o'clock, we'll continue this discussion. Thank you very much.
Probably the most interesting one. We'll have a surprise at the end, no, but we need to motivate you somehow. Okay, so we are moving to the last panel of today. Thank you so much for everyone who stayed with us the whole day, and for those that joined us also for the afternoon. We will basically focus on the financing right now and the financing model for the energy poor. I think we mentioned already many solutions, but there will be many more. So Caroline, I give the floor to you. Thank you.
Let's see, is this okay? So, yes, my name is Caroline Milne, and I commented earlier. So I'm from BPIE, the Buildings Performance Institute Europe, and it's a privilege to be the moderator of this panel. We have saved, I don't want to say the best for last, but it's definitely the last is not least here. This panel, you know, it's about financing. I think everyone wants to know. Renovation can't happen without money. And we all know that we need to scale up renovation, we need to scale up financing mechanisms, we need to deploy money faster. I've spoken to everyone a bit already in advance, and I think that we could easily have a very long fireside chat with every person at the panel. We really have a great diversity of experts covering public finance, private finance, renovation programs, being the intermediary between the citizens and the money. And lots of you have already asked, unfortunately, a lot of the questions that I had planned to ask for this panel. So there might be a little bit of repetition, but I think we can just go into things in more depth as well. So for this panel, what I want to do is I really want to cover what money is actually available and what kind of criteria is there, what all the public financing, private financing, how to get more of it, where is it coming from? I think that's a tricky one. And how to get money to the people, actually. We talked about citizen engagement. There's an entire panel on that. But how do you engage citizens when it comes to money and making them trust where the money is coming from? And there will be, hopefully, we'll see how detailed we can get, because it's a complex topic, and we can try to go to the nitty-gritty to a certain degree. So let's see. And I'll also try to leave a good 15 minutes or so towards the end for questions, at the very least. So it's an ambitious, yeah, I have lots of ambitions with this panel, so let's get started. Dragomir, I want to just start with a very brief question to you. Sorry, I haven't introduced my wonderful panelists. Let me just quickly start with that. So we have Ralph Goldman from the EIB, who has been working on energy efficiency at the EIB for well over a decade, I think 17 years exactly. So he knows. We have Nicholas Stansiov who is representing the LABIF, the Latvian Baltic Energy Efficiency Fund, which he will explain in more detail. We have Slavica Robic, who is Assistant Managing Director for the Regia Energy Agency in Croatia. Dragomir, he's already introduced himself, so I'm sorry, I'll skip past you. And finally, we have Elena Doneri, Policy Officer at DG Energy. So, Dragomir, you worked on the financing topic in the ComAct project. So before we get into all the details of financing, you just published a very interesting policy briefing on financing, and I found something there that was you have a very great graph, actually. Can you explain what it is? Can you tell us why, it sounds simple, but why does energy renovation matter to citizens in Central Eastern Europe from the financial perspective? What are the findings of this research?
Why energy efficiency matters?
Explain the graph.
That's a serious question. It doesn't come with only one answer, but I'll probably try to give you just three, not all of them. But the first one is that if we don't invest in energy efficiency, we're becoming poorer as citizens and as society. And I think that's a quite convincing argument. The next argument is that if we don't invest in energy efficiency, we are increasing the demographic crisis that we are facing in our society. I can tell you that in Bulgaria, for the last 30 years, we lost 25% of our population. At the early 90s, we were 9 million. Now we are 6.8 million. And why? Because if I teleport you in one of our multifamily building districts, you'd run away with cries. That's the basic reason for that. Energy efficiency helps our cities look better and our public services deliver better. So that's the second reason. And I think it's also very convincing. And I cannot tell you how many of these people are well-educated engineers and how many of them are construction workers. So if we are asking the questions, where are the people to deliver the energy transition? Yeah, they're somewhere else because we don't invest enough. And the third one is that energy efficiency in buildings, it saves lives. It might sound exaggerated, but it does it. Our research shows that for the first income decile of the Bulgarian population, the energy cost to provide normal health and comfort are at 41% of their incomes. If you renovate the building to NZEP level, according to our definition, they are becoming at mere 16%. And these are money that go for medicines, that go for food, that can save lives. And if that is not a sufficiently convincing argument, I don't know what is it. So that is why it matters.
Thank you. So you mentioned on the first panel, there was a question about financing, and someone asked, you mentioned the ideal financing solutions. Can you just give a brief, and this is also as a segue into everything else we'll discuss. You said that a grant combined with attractive financing for everyone. So what do you mean when you say attractive financing? And I'm specifically thinking of people living in energy poor communities.
Yep, that's a calculation that we all make according to our economic realities. But what does it mean? It means a subsidy that makes the project efficient in acceptable time conditions. That means a dedicated, specialized credit product that comes at attractive interest rates or at no interest rates, and that people can use and start the payments after the benefits of the energy efficiency projects are already realized, so they can use the saving to repay the credit, and that means additional social policy support for people that cannot accommodate any credit. So these are the economic poor parts of the population. Combining these three components, and there is a lot of detail in each of them. How do you do it? How do you define it? But combining these three would give you the right solution. And then let's go to the professionals to ask the right questions, how and where the money comes from and how it should be designed, and what should be the accommodation toolbox in order to make that work at the local level.
Okay, thank you. So Elena, then I'd like to turn to you and ask you, you've been working on the Social Climate Fund, you've been working with member states on the ground on the question of energy poverty a lot. So can you explain to us what we can expect from the Social Climate Fund, and maybe beyond the EPBD, what is the European Commission doing on the question of financing and tackling energy poverty?
Sure. So now that we are actually heading towards the end of this Commission's mandate, I think I also, as a good conclusion for the panel, I would like to recap what has been our approach. And I speak on behalf of the unit dealing in DG Energy with consumers, local initiatives and just transition issues, but we work across teams, and not only in our Directorate General, but across the Commission and with other institutions, including the one hosting us in this house, and many of you are actually our stakeholders. So I would like to thank you also for having us today, and also for the reflections that I'll bring forward to my colleagues. So you have seen perhaps last September that we have published a recommendation on addressing energy poverty. It's actually an update on the work that we have done towards the years. And of course, we intervene through the energy policy angle with our instruments. But for us, since the first time we mentioned, many years ago, in 2009, the Electricity Directive, the topic of energy poverty and the urgency to address it was always in terms of human dignity, well-being, health issues, and social justice. So that has been always embedded even in energy policy actions. So with this document, we try to recap the approach that we have applied towards the Green Deal, in particular the Fit for 55 package. I guess I'm speaking also to experts here, which has been, first of all, to agree on definitions of what we are talking about. What is this problem? Because we need a common ground to address it, and also to understand each other on the possibilities and including the financial measures and investments that can be available. And that is also a way to recognize, acknowledge a problem that has been there and has been also aggravated because of the crisis. And then I heard a lot today the terms of stability. So to provide a stable regulatory framework which could emphasize the synergies that have been built even over the years across the different instruments and measures being available. And stability is actually incredibly key to see impacts on problems that cannot be addressed in just 1 year, for example. So we will see results, and you see results on the ground in long years of intervention. So that's why it's really important to have a stable framework. We also, I think, we make attractive for financial actors and for the financial sector and the credit sector investing in energy efficiency and renovation. And there was also a key problem to address. And then also the different opportunities to engage. So depending on the different instruments, there have been a closer dialogue at national level, but also we including in what we call the governance regulation, the regulation governing the strategic documents have been currently prepared at national level on the objective in energy and climate policy towards 2030. We emphasize the need to have a multi-governance dialogue, and so include especially the regional local level, which are key components, including for addressing this problem. And finally, the Social Climate Fund. Social Climate Fund, in the regulation of Social Climate Fund, basically you have the list of all possible instruments that can be used to address what we call the social costs of the energy transition, and there's a particular reference to vulnerable citizens and those in energy poverty, including micro businesses. But this is just one of the many instruments which are available, obviously with a clear focus there. But it's also an instrument which stress the need to plan in a stable framework. So it will come into play in 2026, but ideally this is also a continuation of the actions that have been taken today. They have been taken through the opportunities that have been offered, for instance, through the recovery plans, and including the Repower chapters. They have a specific objective on addressing energy poverty. And finally, last but not least, prioritization of action. This has been a key point for us, and also including during the energy crisis, and for in terms also the fiscal policy and the state budgets that have been designed during the crisis and also for the next years to come, the point to prioritize action for those in need. And this is a prioritization in terms of taking actions, providing measures, providing financial means, having in mind all the specificities that you have mentioned today, and also reducing or eliminating all the barriers in any and this you can find in any document, from the Renewables Directive to the Energy Efficiency Directive and the Buildings Directive. Another point has been very important for us, and maybe I'll develop more later, has been stepping up how we engage with everyone who can help and contribute to resolving these problems. Because we see it also as a community problem. So those who are who can taken out from this type of conditions and negative conditions, they also contribute to the positive environment. We heard about positive communities, positive let's say districts. So we focus a lot today on the issues, but I think it would be also good to speak about the solutions and how this can help to build more positive societies. In a moment that we need ownership, and we need also that everyone feels part of the solutions and feels heard.
Thank you. It's a lot. Just a very, very quick follow-up question, if you can answer briefly on the Social Climate Fund. So it will be available from 2026, you said, and do you have numbers? How much will be available? It's for member states then to decide how they use the money. Can you explain a bit, just briefly, the nuts and bolts of it?
So the Social Climate Fund is meant to mobilize 26.7 billion euros. There's also a contribution from the member states of 25% from the cost of the plans. So what is important, we are now in what we call the implementation phase, which means that the way the Social Climate Fund will be available to member states is by the submission of national social climate plans by June 2025. So they are basically between this year and few months of next year to identify those who are the vulnerable citizens who will be affected. The Social Climate Fund is this application of the in terms of impact of the extension of DTS to buildings and transport. And so they have to identify the most affected citizens and micro businesses in their countries, and they have to design those plans. And during this process, they are requested by the regulation to involve all the relevant actors in their national context at any level of governance, so including NGOs, associations, civil society at large, municipalities. Everyone should be somehow part of this consultation process, and which should be done in a structured way and should be meaningful for the design of the plans. What the Social Climate Fund provides is actually let's say measures and investments in terms of energy efficiency measures, again funding for building renovation, decarbonization of the heating and cooling systems, and also there are other investments for mobility and transport. So it's really an interesting instrument. The Commission is tasked to provide guidance to the Member States at this stage, and there are several ways we're doing that. From, let's say, us in collaboration with colleagues of DG Klima who are leading on the file, we will prepare a document with best practices. So, of course, results and from projects will be interesting to bring there. And then there is also the technical assistance that has been they will be provided to the member states who would require.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That sounds like it's a lot. I'm sure we could get into that more if we have time later on. But it's time to go to the EIB. And Ralph, so 17 years. And you can also speak to us about available financing instruments, because there's also Repower EU, there's the ELENA, there's technical assistance we discussed. I have two questions for you primarily. Can you explain to us the EIB's role as a broker of money towards projects? Actually, what is your role? And also in making sure that the projects actually align with our climate objectives, how do you actually pick the projects and all that? And then if you can tell us about the hard numbers, what money is available, because I'm sure there are even people in the room who are looking for money for projects. So tell us what's available and tell us about your role.
Okay, thanks very much. And thanks very much for inviting. I really enjoyed to go back to the ground and listen to what are the problems in the ground, and not the Brussels bubble, but the Luxembourgish bubble. To my person, 17 years in the EIB, but I'm not a banker. I'm an engineer, and I made my first energy audit in 1992. So I'm for quite a while in the sector, and I've seen a lot over these years. If you talk about the EIB role, yes, that's a good question. We are not providing subsidies. We are not making policies. We are a public bank. So the policies are done by Commission, Member States, Council, Parliament. That's our democratic process, and we follow that process. So also to that one, what we can provide, we have an energy lending policy, which is basically the eligibilities on to which projects the EIB is lending. And in our analysis, we say, well, it's probably not really a problem on which level you refurbish, or to be better said, it's not up to the EIB to say we want to have deep refurbishment or we want to have X% or whatever. This is how the bank started in 2007. What we say is we have to industrialize the process, and we have to make it as lean as possible. And we had some notions about how difficult it is to assess funding programs. So for us, if the renovation project complies with the legislation of that member state, which we assume is not under infringement of not implementing the EPBD, this is fine to us. So basically, you have to comply with legislation in order to refurbish. This is also why we're looking forward to the EPBD, and we will align our criteria and assessment to the new criteria of the EPBD. So if you're in a country and you refurbish buildings, you just have to comply with legislation. There are no other strings attached. And all costs for achieving that are eligible costs for an EIB loan. Having said that, we added on that one to increase our lending to energy efficiency, that we deviate from our usual percentage of financing. The usual percentage of finance as established by the EIB statutes is 50% of the projects, in order to get other financing into it. We know that it is still very difficult to get private finance into that sector. So for energy efficiency projects, we can finance up to 75% of the project cost. That can make a significant difference if you have to bring a lot of funding together, and you can just start with EIB co-financing a program up to 75%. What we have as well established in response also to Repower, usually the bank cannot finance more than 70% combination of EIB money and EU grants in non-cohesion regions, and not more than 90% of funding of EIB grants and EIB loans in cohesion regions. So we have abandoned that one. So our board, i.e. the member states, have agreed that we can co-finance the entire part. So whatever program is there under structural funds or anything else can be directly co-financed with money from the EIB, which for governments or region governments designing thermal rehabilitation programs makes it relatively easy to combine programs they have with EU grants on delegated grants. and EIB funding. So that makes it relatively easy to bring this together.
Can I just interrupt you for a sec? So
Yes.
just to make sure I understand correctly, in theory, this means that even though you're co-financing with another mechanism, people can actually access the money from their perspective, the end user, maybe 100%, none of their own funds.
Of grants
because the energy
and
poor
EIB,
probably need that.
And EIB lending. EIB lending means, however,
Yeah.
we are a bank. We want to have our money
Yeah.
back. So somebody has to pay that 75% back to us. That can be the member state. We are working there with national promotional banks. If they have a program where they have established, EU grants or national grants, we can then put our money into that scheme, and however they design their thermal rehabilitation program, we can co-finance that. For sure, we are looking there for large collaborations. So we work with national promotional banks. In one member state, we have a 2 billion loan with one national promotional bank for rehabilitation. We have another regional government who said they have a building renovation strategy, and they see, well, the only thing where they have direct access to is social housing. So there's a 800 million loan for these regional government to provide that funding to social housing. But our ultimate aim is for sure to enable private sector money coming into that, because you talked about numbers. Numbers may sound big. So last year in energy efficiency, we have lent something around 8.3 billion euro. So that's quite a significant amount of money. Still a drop in the ocean if we look at the overall size of the problem. So if we don't get the private sector into it, we probably fail and will not have enough capital, and I think Nicola will tell, on the difficulties on the private sector. So we do work with commercial banks, and there we usually establish credit lines, which put our eligibility criteria forward, and then it's the banks co-financing. Well, if you're a homeowner association, you go to a commercial bank, you have a grant coming from whatever entity at national level, maybe also EU grants, then this commercial bank can co-finance this. This will probably not help the energy poor, to be perfectly honest, because commercial banks, homeowner associations, anyhow a difficult thingy, risk averse, granular portfolio, difficult to calculate the risk. Energy poor, usually not the people who are really well off, and they will have difficulties to access money from commercial banks, as sometimes also other homeowner associations have. So, but commercial banks do not lack cash. They have a problem with the risk associated. So what we try to do is then to work with guarantee instruments, which is that we hand out to the commercial banks. They don't even ask us for cash. They don't want to have a loan. They ask us more for having a guarantee from our side. We do have credit lines where we put money, but we have now, and just in December, we signed a pretty large ticket with the Banking Corporation in Ireland, where basically the EIF, a subsidiary of the EIB, is guaranteeing the portfolio against losses. And we've done this also with Commission funding together with DG Klima on PFOE. It was a little bit more complicated on all the reporting issues, but there we provided a cash collateral to the banks saying, well, 15% of your portfolio can go bust, and this will be repaid out of this guarantee. That changes the mindset of commercial banks. Still, it has to be a business for these commercial banks. And, well, there are probably areas where they can earn more money and easier than with working on energy efficiency. One last sentence, because I can talk for the next 2 hours. One last sentence. Probably there is no such thing as energy efficiency refurbishment, also to be perfectly honest. People will refurbish their buildings, and we heard about this. They will have static stuff to do, but if they touch their building, they will also do accessibility, they will probably do the bathrooms, they will do whatever. So they refurbish a building, and energy efficiency is one component of that. So also that one we take into account in line with the EU taxonomy, to which probably at a later stage I can come. For us to say this is for energy efficiency, it can also include other investments. So we recognize that people do refurbish their buildings also for other purposes, where for sure energy efficiency has to be the majority of that, but the loan eligibilities also comprise other stuff, which you usually do if you refurbish your building, because a number of projects, especially if they are privately financed, they tackle refurbishment of buildings in general. So also that one, we should not forget that the overall costs are probably higher. It's not just the energy component. And we talked a little bit about numbers today, about €100 per square meter. I think in our experience, this is way above that. So this will be more. It depends on the country. Probably in Central and Eastern Europe, you go up to 250, 300. If you take the case of Ireland, you go up to €1,200 square meter. And if you go to Germany, you're at 800, 1,000. France is about 700. So we're talking about significant amounts of money there. I stop here.
Well, thank you for
a second.
Painting this picture. But you did mention to me that there will be €8 billion available a year.
The 8 billion was for last year.
That was for last
So,
year. And what about what's coming
when
up?
I started in the bank, energy efficiency for the EIB was something like a 300 megawatt combined heat and power plant around the corner, and overall lending was about 300 million. We increased this, and we did 2021 4 billion, 2022 7, now 8 point something, and it goes with the overall lending of the EIB, because last year we had a record year, so lending of the total EIB was 88 billion. So, and then around 10% of that was for energy efficiency only, and for total energy, which includes renewables, but also enabling infrastructure, grids, and transmission lines, that was 20.1 billion euro on energy. I would not say the sky is the limit, but what we need is counterparts, and what we need is projects. And that probably not now. It brings us to what TA facilities we also have in order to support the generation of projects.
Thank you. Okay. We still have a lot more to get through. So next question is now about private finance. Everyone has been saying we need more private finance. You said it yourself. So Nicholas, you're the guy on the private finance side, and you've had quite a story being a fund that was partially funded by regional development funds, and now you're the only fund, EBRD funds, and now you're entirely 100% private financed.
Not me.
But not you.
Private investor.
So yeah, exactly, not you personally. Yeah. So can you please explain to us in brief the LaBeef fund? How does it work? Because you are funding multifamily apartment, deep renovations of multifamily apartment buildings, which is exceptional.
I translate deep into deep energy efficiency first as a priority, renovations. Contrary to what was said earlier, I think energy efficiency first is actually a principle that you apply both to the design, i.e. looking at structure first, at the procurement, and we've only started scratching the surface of this principle. That's point number one. Point number two, the way we designed this is actually the only person, of course, who said the word risk so far is the banker next to me. I'm also a banker, and the first thing we look at is the risk. And the issue with building renovations is the risk is poorly allocated. The people who can best manage the risk are not taking the risk. Those are the construction companies. The people who can most poorly manage the risk are the owners, and they're taking all of it. So a few years ago, I was lucky enough, this is a problem, by the way, that I've been looking at since 1993 when I first saw these buildings. I saw a company in Latvia in 2012 who actually was providing not investments in the building, they were providing a service for 20 years with guarantees. To deliver that service, they needed to make investments in energy savings, and they needed to make investments in the fabric, the structure of the building. Someone mentioned earlier that lives are being saved. They're not only being saved the way Dragomir said, they're also being saved because there's better indoor climate. I don't know if any of you have this happen to you. One person in the family gets sick, the next one gets sick, the next one gets sick, and by the time the winter's over, everybody's gone through the cycle 3 or 4 times. That isn't you. That's the bad health of your building. Poor
indoor air quality.
Indoor air quality, thank you. So our idea is to capture all of those things and to do so transparently. So we use something called the Energy Performance Contract Plus, which is basically a performance contract that includes all the necessary works to make sure that you're providing not just the energy savings, but the safety, the health, and the comfort of the inhabitant, first of all. Secondly, we do this before any work starts. In other words, and we've created an NGO as well that helps to advocate on behalf of owners. But basically, before any work starts, we say we need to make sure that there is a funding available for this building that combines the grants, that combines any available other funding, and that pre-finances the works that will be done. If the works are done properly, after one season, and it's proven by independent analysis, then we will buy the next 20 years, I would prefer to say 30 years worth of invoices that are going to go to pay for this service. So in a sense, we prepay 30 years worth of service, which means the owners are paying on bill. They're not having to have a credit. And we talked about the fact, Ralph mentioned the fact that it's not just the poorest, but there's also a very big number of people who either are not quite rich enough or out credited, who will not be able to access any credit. And then finally, we have pensioners, and their answer is simple, and they've told it to me. I'm going to die. Why should I care? And somebody mentioned earlier today that we have an aging population. And they're right. Why should they care? Especially if the work's going to take 3 years. Part of the 6 months to 2 years will be a total mess, including sitting in rooms where you fight with one another because the whole building turns into one psychotic animal. So why do that? And so the whole idea is to, and here I'll take your words again, is to make it as lean as possible, that as soon as you sit down with these people, you can say, look, this is what you're going to pay on your bill per month, give or take 20%. If we're wrong, we'll just step back. And that they have clear milestones when they decide. So the private financing aspect is really before and after, but the main aspect is working with people.
Wow, thanks. So I have a couple short follow-up questions, but I'm mindful of time, and I also really want to speak to Slavica as well. But I have to ask you. Because I think not many people in the room, we're talking a lot about, and the private financing has to happen, private finance. Can you please tell us a little bit about what it's like to raise capital for a fund? What's that like? Who wants to invest? And
Nobody.
Tell us about how long it took you to set this up.
Nobody. It didn't take me that long because I decided to take my pension fund, which Americans can do. They can take their money from the States and put it in Europe. Which, by the way, I don't think is such a bad idea right now. So yeah, I put some money up, and then I went begging. I had worked at EBRD, so I knew some of the people there, and I pushed very hard, and I succeeded until I didn't want them anymore. And then I went to other people who know the business, who are personally involved, and they also supported me. And that's the best vouch, because they know exactly what they're supporting. After that, yes, I've talked to a number of funds. One of the issues is, gentleman to my left, under 60 million, it's not worth it. And I didn't want at that point to grow too fast because, first of all, we've talked about it, the capacity, and secondly, the problems of corruption. Our whole project is based on transparency. So, and we don't need the money to be dispersed to us until we actually have the results. So that's another aspect. So we need to have money immediately. But we're starting on a new round because also the difference is 10 years ago when I would say renovations that EPC Plus includes all the works necessary, the only person who understood me at that time was the gentleman to my left who used the word holistic, which I hadn't used yet, and I've been using over and over again. Just to give you an idea, if you want to go holistic and there are no major problems with the building, you're not talking about that much more money. It's 25 to 30% more. So it is doable. And it really, the results are, we have 6 buildings which are part of our laboratory now, and I can tell you, nobody sells their apartments. The buildings are in very good condition, and you're welcome to go and talk to these people. They're surprised themselves after so many years, some of the 10, 12 years now.
Thank you. And just a final last word. Can you just tell us, you told me before in numbers, I don't remember if it was the energy savings or the amount of actually, how much energy savings have you achieved so far and how much time?
So a winter like this one in Latvia, we're saving more than 50%. A warmer winter, we're around 45 to 50%. However, these are only passive because district heating companies, we don't want to go to war with them. So no heat pumps for the moment. But if we do things right, we could go to 90% savings.
Wow.
And these are your horrible buildings, which, by the way, last point, it doesn't stop in Latvia or in Bulgaria, Poland. It goes all the way to Portugal, the same exact buildings, except there they needed both heating and cooling. And Spain has more of these buildings than anybody else does, which is very rarely understood. So it's a huge need.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So there's a lot of work to be done, but we have a very positive example right here of the kind of savings the long-term savings that are coming out of private capital right now. So Slavica, switching gears a little bit, I'd like to ask, we'll speak to you both, and you and Dragomir both, about also the aspect of citizen engagement. Can you tell us a little bit about some of the work that you've done with the Renovate project? And you mentioned to me setting up financing programs previously. That you mentioned one to me that failed before. And maybe you can explain why it failed and how to actually get the money to the people.
Thank you for the introduction and thank you for having me here. The last speaker of the last session, it's always a bit challenging because many things were already said, but nevertheless, I think they're worth mentioning again. Speaking specifically of Renovate project, so this is one of the projects that our agency is currently working on. We are one of the partners. It's being implemented in 7 pilot areas. What is special about it and why I like to mention it, that in addition to all of the challenges that we already identified with energy retrofits of the multifamily buildings in the cities, there is a specific subgroup that it is even more problematic and that has been little researched, and this is the family houses and multifamily houses, multifamily buildings in the rural areas. So the project is focusing specifically on how to build renovation roadmaps for energy poor in the rural areas. Why is this subgroup even more challenging? Because they have all of the already mentioned challenges of securing continuous financing, of getting access to financing and to construction workers, etc. But their challenges are even more big because they're usually remote. So even if you have a physical one-stop shop, they usually cannot access it. There are often not enough literate in digital sphere to use virtual one-stop shop if they have it. They are further away, so everything is more expensive to get there. There is less offer of the contractor services. There is less offer of information. So these families are facing a whole new level of the already identified challenges. So what we are doing in Renovate project in the pilot areas across the Europe, one of them is in Croatia. So we first identified in Croatia specifically 15 to 16 households in the rural areas. And then we did energy performance certificates for the buildings because it's important to understand what is there actually need for the energy efficiency improvements. And now based on the energy data and on the specific social demographic data that we are getting, we are trying to develop renovation roadmaps, which we hope will be helpful in designing both national funding programs, local support programs, and hopefully one-stop shop mechanisms that actually work for this specific group of people. And this is also reflecting to your second question, which is how do we reach the vulnerable? So I've been working in the field of energy poverty for many years, probably since 2009 or 10, something like that. And it was already mentioned in some of the previous panels, but it's important to stress it enough. Those people often do not have access to the information that they need. They don't know what is available to them. They have distrust in the institutions, and they don't know how to use what is available. And if they get the money, they don't know how to find the contractors. They don't know how to manage them. They don't know how to deal with the issues in the construction site. Everything that was mentioned now, your whole house or family building is in chaos for 6 months to 1 year. So these are all of the challenges that need to be supported. And this is one of the reasons why the national program that you mentioned in Croatia that we had, I think, in 2020 or 2019. So it was a first national program specifically targeted for energy efficiency improvements, retrofits for the energy poor. It was 100% funding for family houses, and the money, this is the only program that the money was not fully utilized. So at the moment, for example, we have 200 million funding for retrofitting of multifamily buildings, and it's gonna go boom. This was not fully utilized. Why? Because of all of the issues. They didn't have the access to information. They didn't know how to use it. And even with the additional services provided, so the government provided additional money to the people conducting energy audits. So that the idea was that energy auditors will support the households in the whole process, both paperwork and then later on managing the contractors. Even that wasn't enough. So, information and bringing it where it needs to.
It really highlights the point that was made on other panels. This is a very complex topic, and the financing also, it's meaningless without the information and without all
for
the.
this specific subgroup, energy poor are a very challenging subgroup. So the general public, I think, in most countries now already, let's say, knows why energy efficiency is good, and to some extent has information and knowledge to access the funding that is there. So they're only left with the challenges of are the funding calls designed properly? Is there stable, everything that was discussed before, or do we have these disruptions to the market, etc., or not? But the specific subgroup of energy poor, they're not there yet. They don't even know what's available, even when you offer them 100% funding.
Dragomir, you're shaking your head, or you're confirming, you're nodding, actually, in agreement. Can you weigh in on this and tell us about your experience, also maybe with the Bulgaria National, what is it? It's the Bulgarian National Energy Renovation Program. I think it's a more sophisticated name than that, and also within the ComAct project. How do you get the money to the citizens, and what are the best ways?
Thanks for the question. This is where I typically vent my frustrations.
Let's try to be hopeful.
But I mean, Slavica used the word mistrust, and I do trust that trust is the key word that we have to pursue here. And trust is only delivered in communication. There's no other way to establish trust between different stakeholders. And here we're talking about people. People have to be convinced in a uniform action, which is very difficult. And you have to do the right communication in order to decrease the associated risks for them. Precisely the same like the banks. The banks are associating lots of risks with the renovation programs because they do not have the experience, they do not have the certification instruments, they do not have the right way to evaluate the cash flow from these projects. So now they're asking in Bulgaria for 80–90% of portfolio guarantees. Is that reasonable? No, it's not. It's not risk sharing at all. It's the same when we're communicating to people. And I will give you the example with our renovation programs, because you asked for that. Of course, that's a very difficult name because we have a saying, when you cannot beat the enemy, you have to confuse them. But the point is that we had 2 rounds of 100% grant programs. First round, 6,000 applications, the money were enough for 2,000 multifamily buildings. Where is the trust? What we say to these 4,000 that applied, but there's no money for them. Why their neighbors got the money and they didn't? 6 years, 7 years later, same story. Now we have another €1 billion thrown into that, 100% grant. 700 buildings are financed, 3,000 wait for financing. Absolutely no trust. And that comes back to the point that we make through the whole conference. sustainability and stopping of that campaigning manner of doing renovation, because it's absolutely counterproductive. And then if you give me 2 sentences more on how you communicate, even in these harsh circumstances, because there's no trust, then you have the little sacks of trust that are still remaining, and these are typically contained in the local communities. Sometimes when there is progressive local governance, they're contained into the municipalities. You have to identify them and to try to build on from there. But again, continuity, because we made a certain assessment of the messages delivered from the central government in Bulgaria regarding renovation for the past 2.5 years. And we found 6 absolutely contradictory messages during that period about how the programs will be structured. And then you're totally losing any trust that you must find in order to convince the people that that's a non-risk investment. So that's the assessment, continuity, and then having uniform communication at the national and at the local level with the people can talk directly to the beneficiaries. And that's it.
I would like to open up the floor to questions, but I have to ask one, because precisely this idea of continuity, sustainability, predictability. Everyone has said it. You've said it to me. You told this to me as well in our previous discussion. So when it comes to a financial instrument and financing long-term and making this stable, how do we set this up? We're saying this idea a lot, but practically, does anyone on the panel have suggestions how to set up an independent, make renovation finance separate from politics?
Well, that will probably not happen.
I'm being
in
idealistic,
real life.
but we have to try.
However, I think there are some methodologies and some triggers which we can have. A large part of that funding is union funding at member state level, but still it is allowed to go up to 100% grants. So I think we had in 2 MFFs before, we had the notion of revenue generating projects, and you had to have a funding gap calculation. So I think that is something which for the next MFF we should ensure that there's no way that you can finance, despite the energy poor where you have social criteria, that you can finance energy efficiency above the needed funding gap. It may be a complicated calculation, but in my team, we are also running the energy part of Jaspers, which is run together with Regio, and we already did for 2 member states years ago the entire design of the thermal rehabilitation program. So this can be done. So overfunding you can avoid, and you should put clear rules into that one. You will never avoid the issue of politics, but if you really care and if you really want to deliver, well, politicians need to be held accountable, and you will have to provide stable funding, else your construction sector will not develop. We had all this discussion already some sessions before. You will also need to accompany these programs with technical assistance, and I think we are doing this since 2009, because also for the EIB we had to put something on the table there. We work together with DG Energy, and we have the Eleanor facility, I think the colleague from Regea, they have done this not for the energy poor, but in other contexts, which is tiny. We provide 40 million now per year on grants. In total, this is 300 million of grants since 2009, 9 billion investments, and we line interest because we had the question, how can one-stop shop finance themselves? So there we provide the finance, but it's a conditional grant. If the investment is not delivered, the money has to be paid back. So it's a conditional grant. If the one-stop shop, it has to commit, well, we want to get 2 million euro, you have to invest 40 million or trigger invest 20 million, whatever the number may be. But this is a contractual condition. What we have discussed with DG Energy, because 40 million is a drop in the ocean, and you will find that in a wording in the Energy Efficiency Directive on project development facilities, this is something which is mentioned there. we are now able to work with member states to set up national ELENA mechanisms, which could accompany any funding mechanism. So basically what we learned from our failures of the last 15 years nearly, that we can help member states to set up these national ELENAs, which then could hand out these type of grants to cities or regional governments in order to accompany funding programs. And with that one, and adding stability through modest funding rates over long term, which are probably fixed at the beginning in the partnership agreement, in the operational programs, wherever it may be. With that one, you could at least avoid a large number of possibilities to have volatile straw fire funding.
Okay.
One last sentence. If we work on policies, we should also look on why private sector probably has issues with energy efficiency in buildings as well. So we all know about the EU taxonomy, and I can invite everyone to look at, the Commission is providing a really nice web page which puts the taxonomy criteria on the table. And then you may want to compare the criteria and the necessary documentation you have to do for wind energy power plant or for building rehabilitation. It's a really interesting read. If you refurbish a building, you will need to prove on project site that 70% of the construction waste is prepared for reuse and recycling. And this must be auditable. If you do also the bathrooms, you have to certify and document that the toilets have a water flow below whatever liter per minute. You will have to certify that the paint you put on your walls have volatile emissions of 0.0 something. So it's a long, long list of things you have to do. And that's the do not suffering at harm criteria. The substantial contribution is also a little bit contradicting the EPBD because it allows for having the criteria for major renovation, but also then allows just 30% savings, not really deep renovation in my view. So we probably should have a look at that one as well, because banks, if we want to engage banks or other people who have reporting obligations under the Sustainable Reporting Directive, and if they want to show to their investors or to their base that they're using, well, green projects, you may wonder which type of projects they are choosing. So that's probably also an interesting angle, which is not really to the EPBD, but it's something where we say we want to have something which drives money into sustainable investment if we are not, well, contradicting ourselves with that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I haven't kept to my own schedule, so we don't have 20 minutes for questions, but I think we have time for a few. So now please, Eva.
Thank you very much. I would have some questions to Niklas, because I think the involvement of ESCO companies in building renovation, it's a very interesting issue. And in Hungary, there were also trials, and they failed practically. One of the reasons might have been that our energy prices are frozen, more or less, from 2013. So that's why, I mean, in private basis, it's hard to handle. So my questions would be, there would be three. Did I understand properly that there was a grant also included in your scheme? If this is the case, it's of course meaning that it's not only private money, it's public money as well. So it's a kind of combination of public funds and private funds. So let's be clear about this. The second thing is that how you can take the risk, because for 20, 30 years, I mean, you can see the prices. They are very volatile. So how you handle that even in, energy can be saved and it might be predictable, but the price of it might be very volatile. So it should be handled somehow in a contractual relationship. And it's not easy with communities, as far as I've learned from ESCO companies. And the third thing I wanted to ask is how these private companies get the funding. Because getting favorable funding for 20 and 30 years in order to cover the costs of the investment, I mean, at least under normal circumstances, it's not easy. Very few companies can do that, or not in a very high interest rate, which of course then should be built in the prices, which became very high as well. So
I cut you off. I cut you off. Okay. And I did it at the right time. Thank you. First of all, you mentioned ESCOs. Forget ESCOs. ESCOs sell single products, their own systems. They do not do comprehensive works. If they do comprehensive works, it's with their own tools. They will not work with, to do a deep renovation, you need a roofer, you need an insulation person, you need a plumber, you need all these kind of work people. They don't like that. Point one. Point two, the gross margin of a good ESCO is going to be above 20%. So you heard the costs that were mentioned earlier. They're way more expensive. Point three, they don't want to mess with all these freaking people. What we're talking about is assemblers, and this is something that has existed in France, and it's something that came to be in Latvia partly through the madness of one guy, and partly because the context really requires this idea of an assembler. So that's why I spoke of an EPC plus contract, energy performance contract plus, because it combines all of these things. Your question was the grant component. Yes, originally that assembler, when they did the work, they did it with the component of grant that was being offered at that point by the government, and that should continue, of course. However, from then on, everything has been privately funded, which ties into how would we get the funding. That was one of the questions that was asked earlier. It's very difficult to get this funding. Our argument is, and I think we're slowly getting there, that once we can show, we can have a track record. Now we have a track record of 5 or 6 years at the end of April, which will show from Grant Thornton, which is an important company to have the kind of audit, that says this works. It is a going concern. People pay. Even through COVID, we had no late payments. There are a number of reasons for that, and I won't go into them here, but they have to do with how do you allocate the risk. Your point about payment. No, it is not risky. First of all, this is a big noisy thing that you guys have been hearing, how people don't pay their bills. People are extraordinarily good about paying their bills. Yes, there's a 2 to 5%, 8% in France, that like to default on every once in a while. In Latvia, your pensioner who's been screwed 3 times in the last 30 years is still putting her payment of her bills before buying bread or heating her apartment. And this is outrageous. But they do pay. Once the building is well in good condition, they're happy to pay. And they're not about not to pay because they don't want to lose that apartment. If they're sick or if they have to move, they're going to rent that apartment because the apartment's gone up in value 25 to 30%. It's huge. So they have every motivation to do it. But that's based on one first point. Everybody's been working in the interest of the final beneficiary. So everybody has to make money, but only by satisfying the needs of that final beneficiary. If they're happy, then my investors are happy. If my investors are happy, we can get more money. That was 2, and 3 was?
The price volatility risk.
Right. Same answer. But the way the deal is structured at the beginning is the idea is to make the cost at that point in time as close to an indifference point. What we say is your budget shouldn't be more than 11%. Energy should not be more than 11% of your budget. I just pick that number. If you look around, that's about what it costs. Call it 15%. So you can't be more than 15%. That's your ceiling. So you say, folks, here's your bill today. It's going to change for sure, but we're going to stay. We want to keep it within that range. So that's how the calculation is made, to get it as close as possible to 11, 15%. And that's how it's worked. In the case of the contracts we have right now, there's actually a ceiling above which we don't charge more, and there's a floor below which they will continue to pay anyway at this floor. So it's a
two-way contracts.
Yeah, this is where I have a trading background. So you basically you've flattened the risk on both sides for both parties. Now, do all our owners understand this? This is where we come back to Dragomir's point. There's an issue of trust, and we have to build that trust from the very beginning, which is why everything has to be clear. And even if they'll never read it, we did a survey across Latvia, and 85% people do not read the contract. So, but they want to know it's there. And so what we did, since nobody was reading the contracts, we took it to the competition, the Consumer Protection Agency. And they went through it and actually pointed out a couple of things we were not allowed to do. And they pointed out some things where they said you've been very generous. If a lawyer sees this, they're going to take you to the court just to make money from you. So there you go. But yeah, that's the way to do it.
Thank
Good
you.
legal documents. Thank you.
Any, maybe one or two more questions. We're behind time. Go ahead.
Yes. I have a short one for Mr. Goldman. So first of all, thanks for your sincerity. I found it very, very straightforward, which I appreciate. And my question is, well, you have been very clear on all the barriers and all the difficulties for energy poor households to access this kind of funding. And I just wanted to ask, in your calculations, in your simulations, is there any critical mass, for instance, for cooperative or community investments that can make a difference in the eligibility of this funding?
Well, probably it's less about eligibility, but what we need to understand is that the EIB is not a retail bank. And if we are supposed to make 8 billion or 10 billion per year on energy efficiency, you can't do this with really small tickets. So this is why we try to work then with aggregators. So that could be a regional government, an association of cooperatives, a banking authority, whoever brings this up to a level which has a reasonable size. So, and that size varies per country, that varies per business plan, to be perfectly honest. But I don't think that anything below project cost of 40 million is something which we are reasonably able to engage with inside the EU. We do smaller outside the EU, but inside the EU that does just not fit the business plan. So there we would then work with a regional government or somebody else who could aggregate this together. So, or with commercial banks or with funds or whatever it is. But seriously, we would not be able to make a really small project, even though I told you where I'm coming from, and 40 million is a lot of money. And if you implement this and invest this is a heck of work. And you need a number of buildings, you need to talk to a lot of people, but that's just not the EIB.
Ralph, but can I just ask you just quickly, you mentioned to me that of the 8 billion or 8 or so billion that you invested last year, the majority of it was into residential projects. Can you explain that? Can you give us some success stories, perhaps, of projects where this has made a difference, maybe in Central Eastern Europe?
Well, probably to talk about what we've done since 2009, and that's probably an exception for Central Europe. Since 2009, we have financed the individual sectors of the city of Bucharest, where the sectors are municipalities in their own right, and they have a pretty good financial standing. So we have financed these municipalities, and they took our money to hand this out as grants to their sectors and to refurbish. And we discussed then, after the first one, which were grants which were way too high, also to introduce a local refurbishment tax, which also is a possibility not to tackle the energy poor, who would not be subject to the tax, but that you get some money paid back to that loan. And over that period, since 2009, I think the last loan we signed in 2018, the total investment cost was around 1 billion euro, and we have financed around 600 million out of that. Which means we get authorizations for board for relatively large tickets, and then we sign finance contracts in tranches to that. So, and then the individual finance contracts can be at a level of 20 million. As we all know, Romania was under IMF rules, so municipal financing had a ceiling. So you could only finance if there's a okay from the Ministry of Finance to sign a finance contract. So we sign finance contracts in tranches then with the municipalities. So that's probably the biggest example, but we're also working with a number of banks in Poland who then work, and they're using also ELENA, because we give ELENA funding to these banks. If they go out to their clients, if you're homeowner associations and you talk to this bank, they refinance the energy audit which you have used to make up the decision-making process in the homeowner association. So basically we repay the energy audit costs for the homeowner associations, so they can make make their decision-making process and then go to a commercial bank. And there we're working with a number of commercial banks also in Central and Eastern Europe. And there's a long list of all the projects. We are completely transparent. If you go on our webpage, you see everything we do, all projects.
Thank you very much. I think we need to close this because we're... Please go ahead.
Just want, since I spoke about the social economic fund, I just want to mention that some of the topics that have been addressed here have been reflected in that regulation. We had actually a quite interesting discussion during negotiations on the role of intermediaries, and these are with the Parliament in particular, who had some doubts on that. And these are mentioned in the regulation, and in the effect with the exact wording of acting in interest, in the full interest of the final beneficiaries. There is a particular emphasis on catering for rural communities. We are currently also drafting an ad hoc document for the measures and investments that will be funded through the Social Economic Fund to let's say, embed the principle of do not significant harm, which is inspired by the current EU taxonomy, so also that is to be watched. And two opportunities to continue this conversation that we offer in the context of energy policy, the conversation on the role of private financing have been offered actually by the Energy Efficiency Directive. So one is a public consultation that will be published very soon, which is linked to an obligation in Article 30 of the Recast Energy Efficiency Directive. It's about a guidance document that the Commission has to present to the Member States and market actors for unlocking private financing. So I would invite you, all of you who are interested, to contribute once the public consultation is open. And the other, I don't know how many of you have seen, we have launched in December an energy efficiency investment coalition, financing coalition, which is an avenue exactly to discuss how to step up our efforts for attracting private financing. And these investment gaps have been recognized and acknowledged in all the documents that have been accompanying our proposal for the Energy Efficiency Directive and also the Buildings Directive. So with this new structure, which is composed by all the EU member states, the financial institutions, and then there will be national hubs and the Commission, of course. We hope to facilitate the conversation and also attract new solutions and innovative ideas.
Thank you. Overall, I think that we've heard a lot about challenges, but I'm also very heartened because I also hear a lot of solutions and a lot of progress that's happened over the last couple of years and a lot of learnings from failure. So it sounds like we're moving in a good position. I think that there's still a lot of work to do. I know we're behind time, but I do want to give everyone on the panel the opportunity to end this last panel, and especially on financing, with their own positive message. So I'd like to ask you all, maybe Elena, if you can, and Dragomir next, if you can all give me one sentence on your key message on what will help upscale financing, and are you hopeful?
Yeah, the focus of our work, in particular of the team I'm part of, has
one
been
sentence.
to prioritize action for those who are most in need. And this put together, all the discussions that we had on trying to understand who they are, what are their needs, what are the barriers, how to speak to them, how to engage with them, and what instruments to offer. So for us, it's prioritization of actions to those who are most in need.
Dragomir.
I think that one key takeout is that the knowledge develops, and basically we are all in this room, and I think the professional communities back home are on the same page. So there are enough pressure instruments to make sure that the weakest link or the levels of governments that are keeping the control over the distribution of resources are pushed to do it the right way in the benefit of the end users, which we still don't see, but I'm sure that we already have the knowledge and the resources to do it.
That's great.
Savita?
Well, I would just like to stress that a lot of discussions, which were very interesting, were focused about general energy efficiency and building retrofits. And we often forget that we should also specifically focus on the energy poor. And the way that I see they can be reached is not any single of the mechanisms that we mentioned today, but rather a combination of all of those mechanisms depending on the area, on the national context, and on the specific situation in the household. And this is the only way that we can actually bring the energy retrofits, energy efficiency improvements to the energy poor.
Thanks. Nicholas?
Yeah.
Final words. Message of hope.
Yeah, very short. No hope. We don't have hope. It's out of it. It's holistic. It's the 3 pillars that were mentioned at the beginning: the people, technical, finance, in collaboration to align the interests of stakeholders, both locally and across Europe, and working together.
Great, thanks.
Well, okay. One sentence. Well, I think continue working on the local level and show that they're good projects, and put pressure on what we have all discussed today, because that probably can only work if you show at the local level and engage with citizens to bring this type of projects forward. And then probably also financing falls in place if there's and I still believe we have a kind of market. If there's big enough demand to formulate it like this, also finance probably aligns to that one and sees the business opportunity. And one last thing, I'm an engineer, and I think we always try to be super perfect. We have to accept that we will have sub-optimum solutions, and we have to live with that, because the transaction costs and getting to the perfect world we all dream of are just too high, and that doesn't work.
Thank you very much. And everyone, I think this panel deserves a round of applause. So.
Thank you very much again. And just please bear with us a few more minutes. We have a closing speech just coming up, and then we are wrapped up. So thank you so much. I would like to invite Besim Nebiu from Habitat for Humanity International. He is the director focusing on this region that we are talking about, Central and Eastern Europe. So Besim, I give the floor to you.
Not going to be a speech. Well aware that it's 4:30 and we have a cocktail after this, so I cannot be better than act. So just in recognition of all the speakers today and all the people that participated throughout this, I think it's almost 4 years, with ComAct. We are a housing organization as Habitat, and we are into this because renovation of homes, or people living in homes which they co-own with their neighbors but have been not maintained appropriately for the past 30 years and are 60 years old, is a housing issue, right? And it makes living in them, as was shown, unaffordable and less than decent, right? And because there are many people in this situation, we as Habitat, we like to think of ourselves as the biggest housing NGO in the world, and I have not come across a bigger one, so I'll use it today. But we are operating in 7 countries in Central Eastern Europe and another 4 or 5 in Eastern Europe, 70 plus in total in the world, and this is always in each one of those countries is an issue, right? And renovating a house is, as we saw, a complex issue, as is shown here. And obviously through ComAct we didn't come to a solution, but what we did is basically what we wanted to do, and that is to unpack the complexity of the question, all of them, and I think today we discussed most of them, and also to bring various stakeholders at the table. And some of those stakeholders, maybe 15 years ago when we started talking about them, were not talking the same language. I mean, they did exist, they didn't come across. And I'm not saying here that we are the ones that brought it. And ComAct is not the only project that does this. There is, in recognition of the fact that there is a movement behind this, and then there are other sister projects. And a lot of the partners, we are 9 partners here, we brought a lot of those experiences, knowledges. We are complementary in objectives, but we each have a little bit of a different expertise and an angle to this. And I think this is what makes collaboration useful. So obviously we are not stopping here. We will start with, or already started with ComActivate, which is kind of a, you know, what is it? It's a follow-up of ComAct. We will focus on the exact same priorities, and that is to strengthen ecosystem around renovating a collectively owned building. Because it's complex. I mean, we all renovate our own apartments much easier. We renovate our cars, usually by buying a new one when it's not fixed, right? We renovate many things, but it's very complex to renovate your building because you co-own it with your neighbors and you haven't chosen your neighbors, right? And there's not too many things that you co-own with people who you haven't chosen, right? And it makes it more complex, not more important, more complex than renovating a single ownership building, be it a public building, be it a commercial building, or even a building which is owned by 2 people or 2 entities, right? So that's the complexity of it we are trying to unpack. And obviously, one of our colleagues said it's a generational project, and you know this has been 15 years, 20. So perhaps we need another generation for this. But I think we are making some good progress here. And in recognition of that, I would like to, you know, stop here. But I would like to say some, to call some names and express gratitude for this. And especially thank you to Mr. Andres Jadla and Kestutis, who made it possible for us to be here today. And thank you, Kestutis. Mr. Andres Jadla is not here, but the recording will be here. We are very thankful for your contribution and support. We would like to thank Margot and Laura who organized this. So thank you, Margot and Laura. Can you stand up? Can we see? Okay. So they are not here. They're organizing something else. And the ComAct partners, BPIE, MRI, NFECT, Habitat Macedonia, City of Burgas, Odessa Housing Union, EVO, Enova, and the Lithuanian Consumer Alliance. So these are the 9 partners, including Habitat for Humanity International. Thank you for your support and for your participation and partnership over these past 3.5 years. It's been a valuable experience for us. I would like to thank Zita, who is the project manager, Zita Kakalejčíková. And Talia Brun, who was here in the morning. She worked with Zita. She's the commission officer, project officer, for her incredible support in the past, you know, from the first day. So with that, I'll stop with the thanks because the Oscars are next week. So it's enough for now, and when we will have other opportunities. But with that, I would like to thank all the panelists, all the speakers,